Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, July the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So a bit of a different day today compared to yesterday. Remember when I showed you the gap ups and gap downs? The gap downs was absolutely full, and gap up, I mean, there were obviously some gap ups today. Not full, not a full screen, but the gap downs hardly, in the filters that I'm using, hardly appearing at all. So a very, very different day so far. And I think we have a gap up in the SPY right now. So, what is happening? If you've been around for a while in this room, back in 2019, February of 2019, that was it for Stamp, guys, right here. That was it for Stamp. I believe the news here was they lost the deal with your U.S. Postal Service. And that was it. You know, Stamp was going to go out of business. That was their biggest customer. I think 80% of the revenues came from them. And look what it did, down to $22. This is back in, looks like July or so, June, July of 2019. Since then, it had a nice run, and now they're going private. $325. Wow. But you guys remember this. I remember this so well. They lost the business, and that was it. It was a classic when you have virtually all your eggs in one basket with one customer. And but man, what a nice run they've had, and now they're going private. Yeah, it won't update until the market opens, Cordelia. Now, what else is happening here? Yeah, Agri. I'm going to get to that one. Actually, second on my list. IPO from yesterday, Agri, AGRI. Nice little pop here. This was an IPO from yesterday, so it's still pretty good. Levi, guys. Now, we have it wrong in terms of the earnings date. This is earnings today. I think they released after hours. Yeah, they released after hours. Levi. So this is now an all-time, no, not quite. There's the all-time high is 30.84. So obviously good reaction to their earnings release and guidance, etc. I remember when they went public right back here. This is in another almost 2 years, well, more than 2 years ago, March of 2019. Didn't do very well, not very well, slid. But, you know, since then they've done, they've had a good run. Yeah, GM's on my list. GM, another one of these. Now, at least it's a known entity. Obviously, GM is a known entity, but now also look at these bottoming tails. So, guys, just to keep this. I don't know if this is going to be a magnet down here, but just keep an eye on GM for a potential short down to this level at some point. But anyway, their big news, I guess. I don't know if I had anything else. Wedbush has put a $85 price target on them, initiating coverage on them with an $85 price target. I'm just going to get to SGTX. SGTX, big gap down. And as Real is posting the all the information, I just have like a clinical trial has been put on hold, phase 1, phase 2. That is the Coles version. Yeah, Galt. This was one I really wanted to short, but there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Popped up on phase 1 news. And it's typically this is what can happen. Now listen, I mean, it may rally. If it holds, it's just 4 holds. It may rally later, but just a classic, guys. Couple of topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Phase 1 news, little bio, short. Yeah, never good when a clinical trial is put on hold, especially when you're a little company. TBLT. Here's a cheap one, guys, for those who like the really cheap ones. I think is it over $1 still? Yeah, yeah, a little over a dollar. So they had the news after hours, some kind of a sales increase that they put out there. So had a big pop after hours from 71 up to a dollar, holding a dollar. There's the 200-day moving average. You know, remains to be seen if this will hold. Another aggressive price target. these analysts now. NOVN, guys. NOVN. Gap up. And this is Cantor putting a very aggressive price target on them of $30. NOVN. Welcome, Solomon. HGen. HGen. I'm not sure if I saw any news on HGen. Jeffries maintain. Yeah, well, here's another one. Let's just see what their target is for HGen. $40. Why not? Let's just double this price. So Jeffries maintains coverage with a buy and target of $40 for HGen. Okay. Is it my imagination, or are these analysts coming out with more and more aggressive price targets in the last little while? I don't know if it's my imagination, but I seem to be seeing a lot more of these now. LMPX. Some kind of a debt refinancing. This is put a little bit of lift into this stock. The volume is still low, but you know, it's up 18% and it's holding. I mean, I guess that news was announced after hours yesterday. LMPX. So I guess in theory, it's got some room to 20 if it wants to keep running. One of the flyers from yesterday, NVFY. NVFY. Big gap down after the big run it had yesterday. So it's a big gap down right now, 28%. You know, I remember, I got to be more aggressive sometimes. I just got to be more aggressive. This carve, if you guys were in the room yesterday, you know, of course, it had the huge run, the drop. Shares were not available most of the day at Interactive Brokers, but they were, I think I said in the room, there were about 2,000 shares right about there. And I just got to be a little more aggressive. You know, even if you take 50 shares or 100 shares or something, you know, because look at the run it had on the way down from 32 down to 18. Now it has popped back up, 26% run. You know, but remember, this is going to be very whippy, very low float. No shorts available now at Interactive Brokers, but you know, I guess as there is some short covering, that might change. And let's see what else. I hesitate to put this one here, but I guess I have to because it is up. Excuse me, HOFV. The NFTs have just completely dried up. But anyway, there is some news on this one. They've got some kind of a deal going with esports partnership. So that's caused a little bit of a run for HOFV. And RSLS. Actually, that was first on my list. I bypassed it. RSLS. Yeah, this is one I almost took after hours. I was a little slow. Just a little bit slow on this one. You remember I was saying yesterday? The ones that I would take after hours are the ones that close strongly. And then you just watch that first 15, you know, watch how it does after hours. And so it went from 5 all the way up to, almost 6. Anyway, holding. RSLS, still holding, low float, 5.55 million in the float. Yeah, Levi, the run it's been on, and it's holding in the pre-market. I don't. Okay, that's wrong. I'm just waiting for the information to show up here. There we go. 74 million. So it's not a super low float. But look what it did. After hours, it got up to 30 almost. And then there's that high. 3084 is the lifetime high. Yeah, that's your aggressive move. What William is talking about. The stock is down 24%. So if you wait, I'm not saying to short it right now, but if you wait for the market to open, you may not be able to get the fill you want because it's already down more than 10%. So that uptick rule, which for some strange reason it doesn't take effect in the pre-market, and you guys can point out why. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I know there's a reason, but I think the reason is ridiculous. But anyway, no uptick rule in the pre-market, so you can short and go right in at the bid, and you can get your fill probably immediately. But Frank, look at the volume. Well, okay. In this particular case, you're right. There's not that much volume, but it doesn't. But there are stocks that are trading millions of shares in the pre-market, and you still can't do it. So, again, we call it the pre-market because it's been called the pre-market for years and years and years and years. But what does that really mean anymore? So, to that point, it would seem to me then more risky to be able to short something when the volume isn't that great. Okay, but they allow you to short it, immediately, and then when the volume kicks in, they don't want you to short it when the upticks were. Anyway, I just don't. I just think it's crazy. Anyway, CARV guys on the run here. CRAV is on the run. Little move out of here. Nice consolidation on the 15s. So nice little pop here for CARV. Oh, I know that's the thinking, but I think the thinking is ridiculous now. Anyway. Now, I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Even Zach has no shares to short for Carve. Even Zach. That is, that's something then. That means that, the downward pressure on the stock will be somewhat abated if there are no shorts. Okay, guys, I'm just getting some of the upgrades in. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. And I don't see any multiple upgrades. Multiple upgrades, meaning the same stock with different analysts. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Any thoughts on Q? I don't know if I really seen that one before, but let's take a look. Well, there's no volume, so I don't I don't know what to say about this. There's no volume. I have no thoughts. I mean, you know, I don't know what it's going to need news, of course, to get it to run. I see the last news was in June, middle of June. So I have no thoughts on it. I mean, there's no volume. Sorry. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, now Carve's on a mission right now. I mean, look at this. What a great break out of consolidation. Come on. What a great break out of consolidation. Look at that 15-minute chart for CARV and some volume coming in. Are you talking about the E-minis? So we don't trade this in. We don't scan for. Are you talking? You're not talking about it. You're talking about the E-minis, tip top. Yeah. So we don't scan for that in Trader Diz doesn't scan for that. So I have no opinion whatsoever on that. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'm really not the right person, G-Trade. There are, for back testing and things like that, what I would do is send that to info@trade. I'm not good at analyzing why things aren't working when it works in a back test and then it doesn't work. And okay, so because I don't back test at all. So what you might want to do is just send that to tradeideas.com. I know Chris is kind of keen in looking at stuff like that. So, whoops, not that one. Just it here. I typed in I typed the address in wrong. Just a minute. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, back testing is something I just don't do anymore. I used to do it years ago, but I just don't have the time anymore. So that requires quite a bit of analysis to try to figure out, and I just don't do that anymore. But Chris loves to dive into that sort of stuff. So, well, but you're saying it's back testing in a certain way. Yeah, okay. Even on that one, I mean, Chris is probably better than I. He's got more time. How's that? He's definitely got more time to really dive into. It might be a filter that's blocking it that you're not aware of. Morph. I don't think I saw Morph. Oh man, guys, I mean, we are in this, we've got a second day here, guys, with this COHN. Look at COHN doing the same thing. Look at the consolidation, the 15-minute chart for COHN and the pop. What does that remind you of? It should be reminding you of Carve. I think DAR is actually in my watch list. I don't know what if it triggered this morning. DAR, yeah, it's on my watch list because I saw this after hours action. But you know, when it started to fade, I just don't. One of those ones that just never seems to be able to hold its gains. Well, I mean, U1. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see U1, but I mean U1, as you know. Let's see if it did the same thing. See, it's not doing quite the same thing. It's lagging just a little bit. You know, for the carves and the COHN. I'm going to keep an eye on Carve, though. See if shorts eventually show up at Interactive Brokers. So what was the high yesterday? Man, if it takes... I've got to put an alert here just in case. $39. It could happen. Well, there isn't as much downward pressure if there are no shares to short, right? I mean... Remember if all of a sudden there were millions of shares available to short this and people were shorting it, that puts downward pressure, of course, potentially on the price on the stock, right? So if a symbol like CARV, which even Zach says he doesn't have shorts, and normally he's got shorts for everything, the no shorts at IB. Well, then there's no downward pressure from the short side. I mean. There'll be pressure from people just who have bought the stock and maybe want to take profit and stuff, but there's no additional short selling pressure. Does that make sense? So that means, I mean, this stock with no additional short selling pressure, I mean, it could go anywhere. I mean, eventually, people, I mean, if you got into this one here, if you were one of those who got in at 27 and it's up to 32, you may sell. So there's some selling pressure, obviously, but there's no additional short selling pressure because there's just not a lot of shorts available. Okay, guys, just give me one moment. Yeah, I'm not saying there are no shorts available for every broker on earth. Well, no, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going up, Sam. It just means there's, you don't have the addition. I mean, obviously, people are going to. It's a trader. I mean, it's a trader's delight, really. So you're going to have people buying, selling, buying, selling, buying, selling. Okay, it's just that there's no additional short selling pressure. So it doesn't mean it's just going to keep going up without ever going down. No, of course not. All right, guys, the market's going to open in less than about 15 seconds from now. So I'm just going to get ready for this open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. He uses center point, I believe. Yeah. Now I'm sure Zach is going to mute me. All right, guys, let's see what happens here. Just a minute, made a mistake here. There we go. And we don't have a halt for Carve, but we do have a halt for Agri. It doesn't seem like it's that volatile, but I guess it is. Agri just got halted. Who says? Who says we didn't short it, William? Who says? No news on the new TI version. Nope. How's that? No, the marketing meeting was canceled yesterday, so I couldn't ask them. Boy, oh boy, look at that carve. I mean, I just keep looking to see. When shorts will become available. And they may not. Boy, this is going to take out yesterday's high, guys. Look at this. Yesterday's high was 38.87, and I shouldn't say it like that. It looks like it's going to take out yesterday's high. What a trader. My goodness. I mean, look what it did. From 32 down to 18. Maybe yesterday's high is going to stall it. All right, HGen taking a header here, guys. HGen. What was their news again? Okay, so much for the $40. Well, right now anyway, the $40 price target put on by Jeffries. Now, to be fair, I mean they don't suggest it's going to happen today. It may never happen. So, do you think you got to be careful when you're trying to trade these low floats, especially early? So what did it get up to? It got up to 38. It dropped right down to 32. I know you meant C-O-H-N. I know you did mean C-O-H-N, not C-O-N-H. No, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but that's a pretty big pullback so far for Levi. Let's see what happens here. On whose chart? Their trade ideas charts for Agri. This is an IPO from yesterday. So are you talking about the trade LD? Are you talking about our charts or whose charts? I don't see an issue. It's halted. If you know, in case you don't know that, it's halted. Maybe you didn't know that. I mean, the stock is halted, so it's not trading. am not having an issue. I don't think I'm having an issue, Mike. Somebody's saying their scanners are not updating. I don't think I'm having an issue. I'm getting an update here. Okay, Agri just opened. Yeah, I mean, so it's possible. Nice SGTX. Yeah, I mean, it's possible Agri was another company, not with, it was another company with a symbol with Agri. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It appears to be it was an IPO yesterday. Maybe you better do a reboot or something there, Mike, because I'm looking. I don't see any problems with my data, and I'd be the first to mention it to our developers. I don't see any problems with the data. Okay, you notice it's also an AI alert for SGTX. So we have a couple of, here's another earnings play, guys. Infy is an earnings play. INFY is an earnings play. Not doing too much yet, but it is an earnings play. Where are they out of? India, okay. That's why you can always, not always, but when you sort of see kind of weird looking daily charts, usually it can be a foreign company. Pixie's another one, but it's really cheap. Pixie's another earnings play. IPW. Okay, now this one is a really can be a real tough trader. I mean, there's the high yesterday. When I say tough, again, up and down, up and down. So high yesterday was 865, and it popped above it. I mean, the next high looking left is 1070 odd. So I mean, it's got room if it can hold. The volume's coming in. It's a low float, 14.6 million in the float, so it's certainly a low float. All right, guys. Well, look, Galt did show up on the option scanner, but it popped right up and right back down. The alert was at 425. Now this one, I mean, look, if it gets going again, and it's got the room to 5. I mean, just look at the what it did in the pre-market. So, I mean, it's not that bad if it can get back up to that 425. I'm just going to stick an alert up there and see if it happens in that area. See if it happens again. Wow, look at Carve. I mean, after that pullback, and now look at it popping again. Now it looks like it's going to take out that high. What's that high again? That high again is 38.87. It's right. It's just. And it just got halted. So Carve just got halted just below yesterday's high. Yeah, but as you know, Grumpy, we just trade what we see. Right now, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's just kind of holding here. V-Ray, let's take a look at V-Ray. David Bernier is... Yeah, a little bit of volume, not a lot of volume. It's a big float. Yeah, you're right. I mean, if it really can break out, yeah, because it's got on the monthly chart, has a room to maybe get up to that 10 level. Okay, just looking at the SPY. So Dow is up big, SPY's up. Tech is, you know, not doing too much. Well, I don't know about Wise. I mean, you know, it's up to something with that low, low float. Just got to be awfully careful. Number one, who's your broker? Do you have shorts available? I don't have shorts available for this. And right now, this is going to be, boy, I almost took it, but looks like it's going to be about a 40 open, 40-40. Well, okay, well, they don't have shorts. There are no shorts available for Carve at Interactor Brokers. All right, guys, I'm just watching. Let's see, there's another one, guys. I mean, this is the other cheaper version, I guess, of the Carves and the COHNs, the Oxbridge OXBR. Meanwhile, Pitney Bowes, yeah, Pitney Bowes, this used to be a pretty interesting trader. Look at this. Look at the volume coming in. I think this might have been one of the meme stocks a while back, this month here. I think, I may be wrong, but I think it might have been. But some volume, I mean the volume, look at the volume that just came in. It's a big float, 165 million in the float. But at this point of the day, it's trading 21 times normal. Well, if you have we have a Halts resume scanner. So there, where was it? There's the Carve 940. So it got halted at 940 plus 41 seconds. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:45 plus 41 seconds. So about a minute from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they're 5-minute halts. The volatility halts are 5 minutes, typically. But this is one of the scans I'm sharing, the halt scanner. Morning, Dev. All right, guys. And before I get the question, I'm just going to pop this. All my scans are available from my homepage, including that halt scanner. Okay, all available from my homepage. There is a section in my homepage called Scans. All right, well, there it opened. Carve just opened. And notice it was, well, except for right on the second 5-minute halt. And look at it go now. Oh, man. Well, let's take a look at U1. Cheaper version. Used to be the front runner. Look at this. Look at the lag. U1 is not doing it at all. Now you'll notice. I'll ask the question again. I don't think there are any shorts available at E-Trade for Carve, but just I'll ask the question. I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be no. Thank you, Emily. I didn't think so. Yeah. So I mean, I'm just noticing here that Carve is a short from the AI, but you know, could not use Brokerage Plus to do that because there's no shorts available at Interactive Brokers or Carve. And if you're wondering, well, then why isn't Brokerage Plus smart enough to know that? Well, first of all, you know, during certain times of the day, shorts may become available. You know, later on, the shorts may become available. So our program doesn't go into the account to see whether or not there's shorts available. But what happens is, if you were using Brokerage Plus and you were trying to short it, it would just say no fill because none are available. Boy, Pitney Bowes is on the run here, guys. PBI, on the run. So what do we have here? When we look left, the next high looking left is 926, so it's very close to that. 935. I mean, I guess if it can somehow escape this area, it's got a shot to the 10 level. Not saying it's going to get there, but I'm just going to stick an alert there. Maybe it's picking up. Well, okay, yeah, option volume in terms of percent. Not a huge number of contracts. It will not show up in my option scanner unless we get at least 2,000 contracts here. Yeah, I mean, there's sometimes, yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, it's dynamic. All right, guys, Verb is popping here, but looking left, yesterday's high was 237, so it's right there. And then looking left again is 253. I don't know, it doesn't have maybe a ton of room. I wish all this weren't here. What did it do? Yeah, yesterday, right at, was that 4 o'clock? The last candle of the day, it did get up to 237. That's basically where, and that's where it got to today. Take a look at TRQ from Real. Above the BBs, really. We must have different BBs then, or maybe I don't know, because there it is there. It's way above the channel, I say, or it was above the channel in my 30-minute, but I don't see it, at least on this chart, I don't see it above on the 2 or the 5 or the 15s. On our charts anyway. Well, 15, I'm looking at 15. That line right there is our BB line for the 15s. We must have different settings then. Yeah, I don't know though. I mean, there wasn't very much data. I mean, in the pre-market, hardly anything, hardly traded. I mean, so I don't know. All right, guys. Well, this carve, what's carve doing now? So it's sort of settling down. But boy, if this takes out 40 again, I mean, this could just have another huge run. So I'm just going to stick an alert just a little over 40 and see if it takes that out again on some volume. All right, let's take a look at CUEN from Zach. This was a real flyer. No, the next high looking left is 6, so I guess it's got a shot to get to that 6 level. Sort of a red bar ignored right there on the 5-minute chart. Nice bottoming tail. Sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers took it up here. Buyers look like they're in control for a bit anyway. All right, give me a moment, guys. All right, let's take a look at Zila, guys, XELA. So I got another one. You know, it got as high as 387 yesterday. So it would be a challenge to take that high out, but still kind of interesting. Up 12%. It's been a great. It's been a lot. Look at this topping tail right there yesterday. So 380, and then they closed it right down here. So I mean, you got to be so careful. All right, let's take a look at Levi, see if it's doing anything yet. LEVI, one of the few earnings plays today, guys, and certainly some brand recognition. Not really doing too much. I mean, big bottoming tail way down here, big topping tail here, big topping tail here. So I don't know. Big float. No, actually, it's not a huge float. 74 million, not a huge float. Okay, now guys, I saw this one in the pre-market. This is FPAC, okay? Now it got up to, it popped right up here. They are going to be taking this company, it looks like it's called Bullish. This company, this is a SPAC, so they're going to be taking this company, I think it's called Bullish. Crypto Exchange Bullish with Peter Thiel, okay? So that is FPAC. I mean, it's got some room to that pre-market pop. But let's see if it can get a little more enthusiasm. Why I'm showing you this is that, again, it came on the option scanner. Again, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Just another way of looking at momentum. What do I think of space? Well, highly risky right now, obviously, with the launch on, I mean, everybody's going to wait to see what happens. I mean, Sunday's the launch. Let's see what happens. So I have, obviously, I have no idea what's going to happen at that launch. Let's hope it all goes well, but, if it doesn't, then it's going to devastate the stock. If it goes well, it's going to probably pop the stock. So really? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't speculate. I don't, I have, nobody knows what's going to happen. But again, fingers crossed, that's all I can say. But hey, it'll be quite the event. And that's on Sunday, assuming the weather permitting, obviously. I think the gear here, here's the gear right there. You can see my screen, my trades, the gear right there. So that is, so between the palette and the sound icon, that's your way in which you can detach the chat. I guess if you click on it again, I don't know. If you click on it again, I guess it just reattaches. Most people want it detached so they can float it anywhere, but I'm assuming you covered some of your SGTX. Boy, PBI keeps going, guys. Let me get this time. Give me a moment here. Just have to. This is one of the little bugs we've got with this new docking. Okay. All right, guys. Maybe Stupid IB was correct. So keep an eye on Galt, okay? Whether you think the news is good or not doesn't really matter, all right? It's just a today trade, maybe. 425, that was the, well, there it is. There's the alert again. Would it just pop right back down? See if it takes that out with a little more enthusiasm. Because it's got... All we're looking for, really, to see if we can get to these pre-market highs anywhere close, which is almost $5. All right, well, let's see. Still kind of, I'm going to put that alert back in here, see if we can get back up there one more time. And the volume's coming in. I mean, the volume is getting stronger. That's the biggest volume bar of the day on the 2-minute. Let's just see if it can pop it through. Biggest volume right there on the 5. All right, guys. Well, took a stab at it. Got a pretty good fill. Now, this might be just a real quick trade for me, but all right, guys. I took some out around 438, 437, 438. Again, this is just maybe a quick trade for me. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but I mean, there's kind of your magnet right up here, pre-market highs. Now it's coming right back down. Meanwhile, PBI, guys. And there's your PBI. Now that, why did I have 434? Okay, so that is taking all this out. Look at this. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is $10 for PBI. So you saw how I kept putting my price alerts around 420 for Galt. You hit it a couple of times, and then third time, hopped on it. Didn't get quite at 420. Got it at 422, and then it popped. Took some out though. I don't trust it. I mean, I don't completely trust it. Took some out at 437, and I'm out now. Completely out now. Now, what I'm going to do is just stick another alert for it. See if it takes out that 440 area again. Little highs right there. See if it takes that out. I say it was going to be a quick trade. And of course, the key to all of this, the volume. Look how the volume increased. Okay, look on the 2-minute chart. Look at that 5-minute volume. Look how it increased. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 5-minute. And this one could turn into the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15. So it has a little over 7 minutes to close. So that's what you look for. You look for the volume. But as I say, quick trader. I just feel like I'm kind of chasing this PBI, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sure it will. I don't think Zach can hear me, but just no shorts available for us. Oh, you can, okay. Yeah, no shorts at Interactive Brokers. But I'm happy. I mean, it was a quick trade. Okay, so PBI did show up on the option scanner, and let's see. Man, it's got the room. It's got the room, guys. What's that high right there? 935. High right there, 935. I'm just trying to see if I don't see any news for it. I don't see any news for Pitney Bowes at all, PBI. I'm just looking news headlines. I see nothing. Well, it doesn't matter. It's moving. Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. Pitney Bowes, sure. Thank you. That makes sense. Stamp is a big, huge buyout. $345 or something. Where are you? 323. Look at this buyout. If you weren't here in the pre-market, I was talking about this one. The fact that right here, that month, it was really 1 day or two, but that's when they lost the deal with U.S. Postal Service, your USPS. And that was it. I want to say 80% of their business came from USPS. And that was it. That was it. Stamp was over. It's going to fade to oblivion. Look at it now. Yeah, I still have an alert for Carve a little over $40 just in case, and that'll just be I'm not telling anybody to take that trade if it hits 40, but anyway, it hits 40. That's kind of a psychological number. All so Holly really wanted to short everything today. Interesting. 306. Boy, the market's. Let's take a look at the sectors. Let's click on new. You don't have this available yet, guys. I know. Don't know when it's going to happen. Please don't ask me. So what I'm showing you right here are the major sectors, what's happening. And as you would expect with the market being up so much, virtually every sector is up. Some are up 100%. No, are there any up 100%? Not quite. So look at financials. Remember, financials were in disarray yesterday. So virtually every stock making up this XLF is up. There's only, you can see 97% of them are up. So the interesting thing really is to say, oh, well, look at this. In fact, this is fun. Well, I don't funny, but MKTX yesterday was one of the only ones at the beginning of the day anyway that was up when the rest of the financials were down. So go figure. So today financials are all up and it's down a little bit, not much. But this gives you kind of a snapshot of what's happening with the market. You know, the major indices, the major sectors, I should say. Now you do have this available to you from the toolbar. If you click on new and then channel bar, and then just find the sector status right here. But remember, this is a layout. This is why when we finally have docking available for you guys, you'll be able to click on, not here, you'll be able to click on in the new dock channel layout, and you can have your layout loaded at the same time as loading another layout. That's the big deal, okay? Right now, if you click on one of these, because these are all layouts, your layout will disappear, be replaced. So, which is, I mean, it's okay. You have to save your layout though. Make sure you save it. Then you can take a look. These are all themed layouts. But eventually you'll be able to just load something from the channel bar and not have to worry about, you know, just like you see here, my layout is not disappearing. No, it's not available. It's not available, no. And don't ask me when. I just don't know. I guess INMB resumed. Somebody said it was halted for a while, or was that another one? I think it was some other one that William was mentioning. It was halted yesterday. I thought it was INMB, but obviously it's not. It didn't really show up for me in the pre-market. A little bit of activity, but not a huge pop. That's why it didn't show up. But look, once the market opened, kaboom. Yeah, but Kramer says it's okay to buy DD. He's given the blessing to buy a DIDI. Well, you have to turn them on. You have to turn them all on. You have to highlight them all and then right click and enable. You have to do that every day. PJ. See, enable, and that turns them on. Force you to do it every day because you do not want to, even your own strategies, okay? Because you don't want, I mean, people ask, well, why can't we just leave it on? I want to trade it every day. Yeah, but what happens if the one day maybe you take off, you forgot you've got your strategy on, and you come back and you've lost a whole whack of money because you weren't there. So we force you to turn your strategies on if you want to auto trade. And also, of course, the AI if you want to auto trade, which I don't think you should, but can't prevent you. You can always try it in the simulator, see how it works. Boy, this ASLN guy, 387, 371. It's, you can see it. It's in the options scanner. It just takes out this little area here. Maybe I'm going to stick an alert around 391. I'd like to see it take out 4 also, but because if it does, I mean, then it's got, look at the room it's got. What's right there? 474 would be the next high looking left. Actually, 416 is, but I think if it can take out 4, at least take this out, 387, could have a shot. Again, this is coming from the option scanner right here. Abnormal option activity scanner, I should call it. I don't know if it was the lawyers, Frank. It's just good practice. I mean, it's just be insane to leave something running when you think you might know it's on, but this is, come on. Why is this time column? See, this is the little area of, see if I can move this just a little bit in. Nope. Okay, this is what I have to do. I have to stretch these out just a little bit. Sorry guys, I'm just, so I can see the time. Ah, come on. Sorry guys, I'm just, there we go. Okay. All right, guys, it is now 10:20, so you know what that means. TI Spiel time. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live in the mic. And as always, I start off by taking you to my homepage. Lots of information on my homepage. So I have a homepage tab also in the trading room. Okay, so that's available all day long. I just popped my link in. So why should you go to my homepage? I'll tell you. First of all, if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Let's just take a look. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. Annual and monthly for premium and standard, okay? So the premium would be $22.68 a year on an annual basis minus 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. And the big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is the AI, which I will go over in a bit. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's our rates, $228 or $118. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, please listen carefully to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon. This is Eastern time, so these are all free. My scans. I think these two sections are why I'm always saying save my link, because there is a lot of information here. And you save my link, then you can look at all this at your leisure. So you click here, and here's my layout. This is the layout that you see that I'm sharing. Okay? Remember, because it's a layout, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load my layout. But I also have individual scans that I've created for your viewing pleasure. All right, you might have obviously a lot of you will have your own layout, but you might want to take a look. This is the one I talk about all the time, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But I've got a lot of other scans that I have created. I use these 4 scans in the pre-market as an example. The gap up, the gap down, and the pre-market actives up and down, okay? Ooh, we've got some good activity in the option scanner today. Look at the market too. All right, continuing with the spiel. So all these are available, all right? Big education section. Look at Sienna. You look at Sientra, guys. From the option scanner, 887 takes out 9. Look out. All right, education section. If you're new to trade ideas, please take a look at these 20 lessons. It'll show you how to create a top list, alert windows, what the single stock window is all about. So these are all, they're not videos, they're just all text-based. But I really recommend that you take a look at these, okay? If you're new to trade ideas. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also take a look just to see some of the basic things that we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So I monitor a YouTube room at the same time. It's they can hear me, see my screen. So it's not quite as active as the main trading room, but around noon I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Friday, so I believe it'll be Andy taking over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time, right here. You can sign up for them all. They're all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI right here. Okay, some more educational videos. And if you're new to trading, great 36-part series, okay? Starting off with what is a stock. So if you are new to trading, brand new, this is a great introduction. And we have some trading ebooks that we created, okay? So a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link, and you can take a look at it all when you want to. Yeah, I don't win all trades, okay? Just so you know, right? But how do you zoom in and out? Okay, so left click on the chart. I'm going to talk a little bit more in general about what trade ideas is all about, but left click on a chart. Okay, just so the system trade ideas knows that's the chart you want. And then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then on your scroll key or your scroll key on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? So just left click first, so trade ideas knows the chart you want. Control key press down on your keyboard and use your wheel. That's what I meant to say. Scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. Okay? So Mandair, Mandair, just, if you find my homepage link right there, there's my tab, homepage tab, click on the link. Okay, and when you do, this is the scan section right here. Click here, and right up here is my layout. Okay? No, guys, we don't, again, all this is just, just another way at looking at stocks with momentum, okay? And just seeing stocks that are having unusually abnormal option activity. It's got nothing to do with the strike price or expiry date, anything at all, okay? Like that. It's just another way of looking at momentum other than just looking at pure volume or a relative volume, just another way. All right, guys, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. That's what we do. We scan. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So Arvell, just go to my homepage. Here's my tab. Click on it. Go to the scan section, okay, in my homepage. And I believe it's called moving higher with unusually strong options, something like that. Okay? So go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and just search for, well, I'll just show you. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options. Which gave you Sientra at 887, guys. Gave you Sientra at 887. Okay, good morning, PM, or good afternoon, PM. Haha. I suggest then, if you're brand new, I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons. I would suggest you take a look at that before you do anything else, just so you get a feel for what the program's all about, how you create top lists and alert windows and just all sorts of things like that, okay? A lot of information there. It's all text-based. It won't take you, I know it says 20 days. It won't take you 20 days. No. These are just ideas, okay? These are ideas that have been generated, and if you're new to trading, you have to have some chart reading ability. It's just, these are just ideas that have been generated. It doesn't mean, get it, buy it. No. This is not a room in which I tell you what to buy or sell. Nobody in this room should be telling anybody what to buy or sell. And if you're new to trading, then I really, really recommend you take a look. If you're brand new to trading, again, I'll reiterate this. Oops. If you go down to the education section and keep going down, and here you go. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, I think this is a great little series, okay? I wish it were that simple, just to say, yeah, you see an alert, just take the trade and everything's going to be a winner. It's not that simple. These are ideas, though, that have been generated in that scan, and that's what I want to go over right now. Because, as I said, that's what we do. We scan the market, U.S. Stock market. So this is an example of a scan that I put together. So if I look at it, it's called Basic New Highs and Lows. So what is it looking for? It's looking for stocks between $1 and $20. The current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, up or down 4% from the open, etc. What these values are, what these filters are, not as important. This is just the concept, though, that you start with, okay? You want to whittle, I mean, I don't know how many stocks there are out there, maybe 10,000, but you want to whittle the number of stocks down to a manageable number. You know, if I just look for stocks making new highs or new lows all day long without any filters, I'd be inundated all day long. Okay, so that's why, you know, you want to start off with some filters. So this is what I want to see. This is what I like to see here. And then if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay? Now, if you looked at this and you thought, well, you know what? I like the concept, but I don't like the price range. Okay, you just change it. You know, again, when you get used to using trade ideas, you'll find that it's, you know, pretty easy to do things like this. I've just changed it. Now the price range is between 10 and 60. If I click on the summary, there it is. Of course, I'm not going to do that, but all the scans that I'm sharing, it's what I like to see, but you may have a slightly different view of it, which is fine. You can make adjustments, or you can use exactly what I've got. The other great thing, no programming language to learn. No programming language to learn. Right click, configure on an alert window. I'm just going to show you. And when you click on search, you'll see here all of the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them, of course, all of them. I mean, there's just a ton of alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So we feel that we have enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So no programming language to learn. But again, if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to create scans. If you want to take mine, that's fine. Play around with them, get used to what they're looking for. And then, as you get used to using trade ideas, you can start creating your own scans if that's what you want to do. We also have a lot of scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, and you click on channel bar, these are a lot of scans are right here. These are all layouts, themed layouts, but they're all layouts. And then when you see, I don't want to click on it because my windows are not pinned anymore or anything like that. And that's the problem right now. Hopefully, maybe by next week. Hopefully by next week, we'll have this docking version available, because this is what you'll be able to do. Notice it's the same channels as I had before, but let's just take a look at the momentum channel as an example. Okay. Now notice I went to this new version of Trade Ideas was not available yet, but notice my layout remained, and that's one of the main features. Look at PBI, guys. I mean, I don't know what else I can say. 10 is, I mean, if I got to 10, that'd be awesome. But, that's kind of that's the area where it may stall. Now, you take a look at this window right here, Momo. Okay, so here's the concept. You're brand new. So you can take a look at my scans. You can also then loading these channels, and you can start looking at the individual. These are all scans. And if you saw something you like, Momo, you saw this, you thought, wow, that looks interesting. So you right click, configure, and you can see what it's looking for. Here's this price range, your 1 in 50, etc. If you like that, the way it is, great. If not, if you wanted a different price range or maybe a bigger minimum volume, whatever. But if you liked it, then you could right click, and then eventually duplicate. And again, right now, all you have to do is right click and save or share to the cloud. Okay? But what I have to do here is duplicate into a free floating window. This is the new version. And then I would save it to the cloud. Okay, so what I've done here is imagine if you go through all the different channels, all the different themed layouts, and you start extracting windows that you might like to have a look at, and maybe, make them part of your layout. So imagine now you don't have a layout at all. All right, you've got a blank screen, but you've gone through the channels and you've extracted different windows. And you just go up here, File Load from Cloud, and notice it's up here. And you would just start loading the windows that you extracted from the various channels, if that's what you want to do. You don't have to do this, but you know, it's a way in which you don't have to know how to create anything really. We've done it for you. You might want to make some tweaks. You know, as I say, you might want to make some tweaks to the price ranges or things like that. But you know, we've tried to make it very simple for most people to start off. Oh, you're more than welcome, Ray. Okay, so that's the basis behind trade ideas. So again, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. And I always say the world thing. It's amazing how many emails we get. I live in, you know, ABC country. Can I use your product? Yeah, doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use it. Now, we get, you know, people are in different countries wanting to know if we scan for their exchange. No, it's only the US. Now, the next thing. Remember yesterday, guys? If you were in the room yesterday, I think we had 3 alerts from the option scanner yesterday. I didn't like any one of them because when I would check the alert, and I would check the daily, monthly, and weekly chart, what I saw was resistance not that far away. So contrast that with what's happening today with PBI and Sientra. Golf to a certain extent, okay? It was a quick trade for me. Why isn't it loading? There we go. But very different day. So, you know, somebody asked, are these all buy recommendations? No, the idea is that when you know, this is where, you know, trading experience will come into play. But take a look at the PBI. That's probably the best example right now. Because I'm a momentum trader. All right? This is this little thing. I don't know why it happens. It jumps back to a previous. Let me see if this stays now. Okay. So this is where trading experience will come in. First of all, I'm a momentum trader. Okay, not everybody likes to be a momentum trader. A lot of people like to play pullbacks. That doesn't mean I'll never play a pullback, but it just means that I concentrate on stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. That's how I like to trade. So if I get an alert from virtually every one of my scanners, that stock is already at a high or a low for the day. Consequently, I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. That's why, even though I'm mainly an intraday trader, day trader, whatever you want to brand it, people say, well, why do you have a daily and monthly and a weekly chart up and running if that's what you are? The reason is that, okay, I get an alert. Now I want to see what sort of room it has on the higher time frames before it hits resistance or potential resistance. So that's why you always hear me say, I'm looking left on these higher time frames to see where is the next high? Where could it stall? So if I see something that has a lot of room, that becomes a primo candidate for me. Okay? And it's only going to come with some experience, guys. I mean, it's not easy trading, okay? Now, let me talk about the AI. So, it's part of our premium service. If you have our premium service, this is my recommendation on how you should watch the AI. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see, okay? So sort of a mixed bag today in terms of what's happened. I use this like a watch list. You know, I don't trade every stock, but I use it as a watch list more, and I happen to like the stocks that are under $20. That's just me. But when people ask, well, how do you use the AI? How you use it will be up to you. but you have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can watch to see how it's trading a bit. You have a stop. How you're going to use the AI will be up to you. I use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes the alert is a little early. There you see it right there. It just came in, 10:41. Yeah, so there was an alert to go long. Now, does it mean you have to hop in the trade right away? No. You can watch to see how it's trading a little bit. Maybe it's not your cup of tea in terms of a pattern. The AI is just it's not infallible, of course. But that's how I would watch it. I wouldn't care at all about what we have 3 segments of the AI. Forget about it, okay? Don't worry about what Grail and Neo and 2.0 means. I wouldn't even care about what strategies. Here are the strategies that made the cut today. I wouldn't care about it. All I would worry about, not worry, but I would just concentrate on show me the alerts. Okay? Yeah, there are a lot of great traders in this room. I mean, this is not about, as I've said before, not about my telling you what to buy and sell. There are a lot of great traders in the room. You can start following along. Somebody said RSLS. Let's take a look at what RSLS did. Yeah, I guess you played it on the bounce or something, but yeah, all sorts of different trading styles. All right. If you're new, you may not know. You're not going to know what your trading style is. I didn't know what mine was going to be. I didn't start off thinking, okay, I'm going to be a momentum trader. I didn't even know what that meant. So, well, I do see it's up here. INMB is up here. Okay, now, talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, and we'll talk a little bit about money management, okay? So this is a window, we call this Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So this is a feature that we have. You don't have to use it. And please listen very carefully. As I put this Brokerage Plus link in here. Yeah, you live in a very nice place in Costa Rica. All right, so I just popped this link in called Brokerage Plus, okay? So please listen really carefully. So there are 2 videos here. The first video shows you if you have an interactive brokerage account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade. If you don't have an interactive brokerage account or E-Trade account, doesn't matter. You can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. We actually link with many brokers. Linking meaning only this. We have this external linking tool, tools, external linking, and you follow the instructions. All linking means in that example is it's a time saver. So instead of when I click on an alert, it'll load into my broker's platform. So I don't have to type the alert in all day long. If for some reason we can't link with your broker, well, then you have to type it in, okay? But that's all linking does in that sense. It's just a time saver. But if you happen to have an IB Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, you then can actually use this window to trade. You connect, you see it says live. That first video will show you how to connect to your E-Trade or IB account. The second video, about 26 minutes long, goes into a lot more detail the things that you can do. Okay, I don't go over it at all. You're gonna watch the video, all right? So, but I just want people to really, really make sure they understand that you don't have to have an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas. It's just a feature that we have, and that's all it is. You don't have to use it either. You don't have to use it. even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. It's just a feature that we have. However, why I show this all day long, not for that aspect, but more for the paper trading aspect. Notice it says sim right here. So if you are new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. Okay? So practice trading. So for instance, say I wanted to take INNB, okay, but I don't want to take it right now. Maybe if it dips down to 23.24, I want to take the trade. So that's how, I'll show you how you can do something like that. Let's take 300 shares, and this is in the simulator, remember. So if it goes down to 23.24, I want to take the trade. 23, 24, 23, 24, whoops. Okay, I'll click the buy button and look what happens. Get this big blue line on the chart. So if I leave this in here, it'll take the trade, and obviously if you were connected to your IB or E-Trade account, the same thing would happen. I'm just demonstrating this in the simulator. So you will take the trade right here at 23.24, okay? On a pullback. I know a lot of people like to play pullback, so that's why I like to demonstrate the simulator using in pullback mode first. Now, at some point, if you didn't want to take that trade anymore, you don't like the way it's trading, you don't like what the market's doing, whatever the reason is, you just go to your orders and you right click and you cancel. Okay, but I'll leave it in. See what happens. No, PJ, no, the AI works, you cannot input a symbol, no. It's sort of like saying, the AI is just a list of strategies that have been optimized for the day, okay? And then once the market opens, the AI has no idea what alerts you're going to get from those strategies. It's sort of like saying, I don't know on Monday what stocks are going to meet these filter requirements and make a new high or low. We have no idea. Okay, same thing with the AI. AI has no idea. So you cannot input a symbol and have the AI analyze it. No. No, David, or Dave. No. You can set up. So Dave asked a question in our YouTube room. Can you use trade ideas to alert entries in a single stock? Like if I wanted to trade Amazon. Okay. Well, you can do that a couple of ways. So let's say I put Amazon here. Load Amazon. Come on. So let's just say I wanted to take the trade if it got up to $3,722. All I have to do is right click and create a price alert. If I want, I can put a note in. I don't have to. And I just save it. Okay, now you'll be alerted in our price alerts. Oops. If I just highlight this, here are my price alerts, okay? Notice at the bottom here, there is Amazon. So if it gets to 37.10, a couple of things will happen. The way I like to use my price alerts window is I minimize it. Because if I minimize it, and then if I also sort on the triggered time, what will happen is, in this case, if Amazon hits that price and I minimize it, the window will pop up on my screen. I'll also see it right at the top because I've sorted on the last triggered time. It'll also change colors or fade. I mean, I can't miss it. I can also put a sound alert on it in case I'm really sleeping. Okay, I can put a sound alert on it. Okay. So I don't know if that answers your question. If you want to trade Amazon, just set the price alert to wherever you want to, wherever you're interested in it. Does that make sense? And on the short side too. You know, if you're interested, or if you're interested on a pullback, not necessarily you want to go short on it, but you want to, if it pulls back to this level, I could create the price alert there too. Okay? So does that end? So now I've bracketed it. See, these blue lines are on the chart. So if it actually hits one of these price levels, that blue line, first of all, that price alert window will pop up. Let me just do one, okay? Show you how that works. Okay, let's see if I can, I want to put a price alert at 596. And I'll put a price alert at, there we go. See how it popped up? See how it just popped up on my screen? Kind of change colors, it'll fade. There it is right here, and you can't hear it, but there was a sound alert also. Again, the reason I put a sound alert on, I have a wireless headset, so sometimes if I wander away from my computer, but I hear that unique sound that I've attached here, I can come running back in and see what the alert was. Okay, let's take a trade now, and we'll talk a little bit about money management, okay? Now, would I take this trade right now? It doesn't really matter, RSLS. I just want to demonstrate a couple of aspects key to trading if you're new. What's the spread like? Okay, I'm just going to take the trade, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. It's okay to do that. The spread is is tight spread. 601. Okay, or sorry, entry was 602. I'm going to put a stop at 582. I'll explain why I'm doing this. I'm trying to make the math easy. So when you get into trading, you know, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. At least that's my opinion, okay? You can't just hope that every trade is going to work. You know, you don't want to be stuck in something that keeps going down, 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 and, you know, you're taking a big loss. So we always talk about money management. So the first thing is you should have a price in mind where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So that's so key. Now you might be thinking, well, okay, I understand that, but how am I going to know what price to put in? You know, where should I get out of the trade? That's where you're going to have to practice, practice, practice. How I do it, I tend to size up what I see on a chart where I see maybe some support, you know, a lot of action at a certain price, a lot of support looks like. So if it took that support out, I should be out of the trade, you know, and just move on. Okay, so that's the first concept. And it's only going to come with practice. There's no magic bullet that I say, okay, this is what you do all the time, and okay. So that's the first concept. The second concept is, okay, starting to get used to the concept of placing a stop. Now, how much are you going to risk on the trade? If it doesn't work, how much are you willing to lose on the trade? I mean, you've got a $5,000 account. You better not be risking $1,000 on a trade. You could be wiped out very soon. So let's just say, it's why I try to make the math super simple. If I were willing to risk $100 on the trade based on my account size, you notice that it says minus 97.50. It's sort of a bit of a rounding error, okay? So this will share size you. I took the trade at 602 and I put the stop, again, to make the math easy, at 582. That's 20 cents away. So if I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, that's why I took 500 shares. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. So you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, your share size will vary because, you know, your stop is not always going to be 20 cents away. So you have to do a little bit of arithmetic, okay? Divide, you know, the difference between your entry and your stop into how much you're willing to risk, be it $50, $100, $200, and then that'll share size you. Okay, so two concepts: placing a stop and then share sizing based on how much you're willing to, you know, if trade goes against you, you don't want to lose more than X, okay? And then the other really important concept now is obeying your stop. When you get into trading, you know, it's pretty exciting. You know, you place that first trade and, you know, you're in this room and people are talking about a stock and maybe there was some good news and it looks great and people are saying, yeah, going to hop in. But guess what? Just because everybody's talking about it, just because the news is great, doesn't mean it's going to work. So key concept is obeying your stop. And a lot of times what will happen is you just won't obey it because you cannot believe it's not working. And so instead of obeying your stop, you start reducing it. Okay, you start, see what I'm doing right on the chart, you start reducing it down. Now if it hits 564, I'm out 187 instead of 100. And you keep reducing it. So you see where I'm going with this. You know, instead of that manageable $100 loss, you take your loss and you move on. You start, that turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 or worse before you finally get out of the trade. So very, very key, you know, in money management, to obey your stop, get out. You know what? I mean, commissions are so cheap now, even if you're paying IB half a cent a share, it's so cheap. No excuse for not getting out of a trade because of commissions. And look, sometimes the trade can set up again later on. Maybe you were just a little bit early. Okay? Oops. So I don't quite understand your question. So Mandera, what I would do is watch that video. It goes into a lot of, if you want to use that buy and the sell buttons right on the chart, it goes into a lot of all of that, okay? So, you know, I don't like to get, you know, because the video is about a 26-minute long video, but it covers so many aspects, okay? And that's the second video. So are you saying, what if I want to get out of RSLS? Is that what you mean? Then you just click up here and I can flatten the trade. Or I could get out half my trade, or I could double my trade. Double my position, okay? So these are hotkeys you can use. So that'll get you out of the trade. You can highlight it, just flatten it. You can also use this as what I'll call a trailing stop, okay? Let's just say this trade really started to work well. So I could actually start moving this line up. Let's say this stock was right now at 650. You know, I wouldn't leave my stop here. I would probably be moving it up on the chart to another area of support. And if it broke down that, I want to maybe be out of the trade. Keep an eye on the Carver, guys. It looks like it wants to take out that 50 at 40. I don't understand what you say. You don't know what it's doing. So the stop has been placed right on the chart. So if it hits that price, it'll take you out of the trade. That's all that is. Okay, that's what that stop line is. Now in the simulator, okay, now if you have an Interactive Broker account or E-Trade account, you can use our charts to do this. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, your broker will have a way in which you can, you know, either do it on a chart or put in a stop, okay, that you want to get out of. That's why you have to practice, guys. So I'm not sure I answered that. I'm not sure I answered your question, but well, I don't teach you how to build your strategy. I'm sharing a lot of. Okay, the AI is the only thing that has been back tested on a strategy basis. Okay, doesn't mean they're all going to work. Okay, every time you get an alert. Everything you see here, though, these are not what I call strategies. These are idea generators, you know. So I don't mind. I don't get very many, you know, all day. You know, these are the only ones so far that have made a new high based on my filters or a new low. So it's not like I'm inundated. So this is why, you know, I will click on an alert. I'll check it out to see what if I like what I see. You know, maybe I take the trade. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on, now I'm sharing a lot of scans, Talal. If you're just joining, like you say you are, I'm sharing a lot of scans, including my layout. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So If you if you click on that link and go to the scan section, you'll see right at the very top, my layout is shared, and then I also share a lot of individual scans. Some of them, you know, you might want to take a look at them. I'm not saying they're strategies, they're idea generators. So, if I pronounce it, Moriha, is that Moriha? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay, so did I answer your question? There you go. There's your Amazon, Dave, okay? See how that popped up on the screen? So, I mean, if that was a level that you thought, yeah, I want to trade it, now you know. Now you can trade it if you want. Okay, good. All right, what time is it now? 11:02. All right, I think we've got an IPO. We have an IPO that, ooh, okay, guys, you got to watch this one. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. RNAS. You know, it's very cheap. We've seen some of these crazy cheap ones. One from yesterday was MITQ. Go absolutely crazy. However, it is really giving it up. I just want to do a quick check on that IPO to see where it's from, who's involved, how many shares were issued. Probably very a few. So just give me a moment here. I'm just going to check my IPO calendar. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, 6.3 million shares, $4 a share. You know what? Keep an eye on this one. If it breaks out over here, I'm going to stick an alert right there at 7. I mean, it's given up a lot, but if it gets rolling later on, and let's just see where it's from. Okay, so it's from Boston, and I don't know any. Think Equity, okay, Fordham Financial, but the issue is this: if you look at yesterday's IPO, I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen. Here's yesterday's IPO. That was about the same price range and also same number of shares. Look what it did. I think the IPO was $4 or something. Look where it got to yesterday, up to 27. But it opened strongly. Let's take a look on the 15-minute chart. Here's where it opened. So I mean, it exploded. Okay. Now the other one is not doing the same thing yet. That's why I'm going to stick in. That's why I have my alert set, just in case it takes out this 7 level and explodes through it on some volume. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. Took a little longer than I thought. So I noticed, I think, there we go. I wanted to leave this in here. Okay, so take a look at the RSLS. Okay, remember I had my stop here. It touched the stop and took me out of the trade. All right. Now, a word about all this. If you're, first of all, I could have got out of the trade. When I put a stop in, when I have a stop, all right, that's the absolute worst that I want to do on the trade. I can always get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. In this particular case, if I'd been in this trade for real, I probably would have got out earlier, okay? So my stop is my absolute worst I want to make on the trade. Second thing, notice here it says my max P&L was $67.50 and I closed out for a $100 loss. So you shouldn't allow that to happen, okay? And the distance from the exit price. So, because this will give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. So you wouldn't want to let, you know, you were up $67. I'm not saying that's a huge amount, but you're up 67, but you had a $167 swing here, you know, so, you know, you shouldn't let that happen. You know, if I were in this trade for real and it was moving down, probably what I would have done is at least got out flat, okay? Not liking the way it was trading. Take a look at TAL. I know Zach has been talking about TAL. Wow, yeah. Having a big surge here. So I bet you EDU is doing the same thing. TAL is not halted. So what I was going to say also is so this is a good comparison, okay? How well did you do on your exit? The other one is distance from the exit price. So if you were in a trade and you got out, what you would really like to see is the distance, and you went long on the trade, what you'd really like to see is a big negative number here, distance from the exit price, because that would tell you that, all right, you know, when I got out, it has dropped, you know, a certain amount. You know, so you want to see a big negative number. You don't want to see a big positive number, okay? Because that means, oh, I guess I got out too early. You can also use this simulator to practice swing trading. So if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So I can practice with this simulator with swing trading. Okay? There we go, guys. And somebody also, not in this room, but somebody asked, well, why don't I display the AI? I don't display the AI all day long like I'm displaying all this. It's just not fair for those who pay for the premium service. So that's the reason. And I'll talk about it, of course, but well, Zach, look like you got your 380 anyway from Galt. Well, Levi did not do it real. You know, we had to flip the script on that one. That's right. Just because we think something might happen and we want it to happen in a certain direction doesn't mean it's going to happen, and then you just have to be flexible. All right, just a minute, please. Probably hear my little cat in the background. Just a second. Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued with I really am intrigued with this RNAS, guys, just because of the very, very low issuing of shares and, of course, the IPO price. Now, the only thing is, I mean, I'm a little surprised at the sell-off right off the bat. So I'm just going to, I'll keep my price alert right up here, the high, and see if it takes it out at some point. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I just gave her a couple of a couple of crumbs real. She's actually very svelte. I think it was 4 million or 6 million. Let me just do a quick check. Oh, it's tiny. But again, just like the MITQ yesterday. Yeah, 6.3 million and $4. 6.3 million, $4. Yeah, I'll see what I can do regarding a little kitty picture. By the way, guys, you hear me? Now, I'm going to go over this because people ask about IPOs well, not all the time, but, it is an interesting topic to some. So first of all, here's a link, okay? Here's how I track IPOs. Okay, that's how I track IPOs. You're already doing it, dad jokes. You just interact. As long as we don't pump stocks here. You don't tell us how much money you're making. But if you have an idea for something, like in terms of a stock, that's why we have stocks only. Okay, you can ask me questions about trade ideas, the program itself, and I'll try to help you. Otherwise, just be polite and you're good to go. So, this is the IPO calendar, okay? So people ask about IPOs. So this is what you can do, okay? So let's see, what's the date today? This is the 9th. So our NAS, you see, and SNTG have already come out, okay? Here are the IPOs next. Wow, we got a lot of them next week. A ton of them. Look at this, guys. So here's what you can do. Because people say, well, how do I know when an IPO is going to come out? I want to know. Don't you have a channel for that? No, we don't. But this is what you can do. A little bit of work, not much. It's kind of fun. So what you do is this. So here is Monday. Now, this looks like that. Yeah, this is a SPAC. I don't care about SPACs. Okay, if you don't know what a SPAC is, look it up. SPAC. That is an acronym. So I don't care about this. So here we go. UNCY, UNCY. That is an IPO. It's going to be out on Tuesday. Look at the price. $5, 4.6 million. I really want to know about this one in case it has a crazy day. You can go in and take a look to see if you care what they do. It's out of Los Altos, so it's a US-based company. You can kind of get a feel. There's your price range, 5 to 6, 4.6 million, Roth. Okay, so you get all that information. So this is what you can do. Give me a moment. Okay, so that was UNCY, right? So I'm going to type in UNCY into our charts. Obviously, no data. It's not trading yet. So I can right click, create a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert of $1. Obviously, it's going to be over $1. And in this case, and this is why you can do this over the weekend. You can prepare for all the upcoming week's IPOs. Spend 5-10 minutes or something Saturday morning, Sunday morning, whenever, and you can go through this exercise. So now I can put 4.6 million shares right here at, and they say $5 to $6. So I know, and if I want, I can put Roth. I know Roth. I mean, you know, so I can put this is the lead underwriter, and now I save it. Okay, so when it starts trading, remember I was showing you on the price alerts? So here it is, way down here. Okay, when it starts trading, whenever it does, this price alert window will pop up on my screen and I'll know about it immediately. Okay, and I've got in my notes section, so I know it's an IPO. Well, I could have put IPO also, okay? And then you just go through them one at a time. You know, some might, you know, you may not want to do them all. Look at this one, Goldman Sachs, you know, 20 million at 15 to 17. You know, look at all of them on, wow, I mean, this is a big IPO week again. And look at this one, Membership Collective Group, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, BofA, Goldman Sachs. That means some heavyweights behind this one, but it's 30 million shares. It may not be that active for a while. But I want to know about this one. Look at this one, 4.7 million shares at 15. All right, so this is what you can do. And the reason why I think is that's even better than if we had an IPO calendar, or we had an IPO channel. Because this kind of forces you to take a look at, you know, who's involved, the price, and all that. It gives you a little bit of a background. Get set up for it. Okay? Wow, I mean, look at this IPO, guys. SNTG. And it got halted again. Or just opened. I'm sorry, this just opened. There you go. Priced at 5, open at 42. Insane. Now, it's too, who's behind this one? Probably nobody. I mean, when I say nobody, I mean nobody big. Network One Financial Securities. Yeah, I mean, you see how insane this is? There it is, SNTG, 4 million shares at $5, raising 20 million. Peanuts, right? Look where it is. $47 halted. Now, that would have been awfully hard to jump in. The one from yesterday would have been a little bit easier. Sorry, MITQ. Sorry, MITQ. You know, because at least it was down here at 15 for a while, and then it took the big pop right up to 27. Now, IPOs are not for the faint of heart. You know, there's no history, of course, in terms of chart, but, you know, a lot of it is going to be, well, you know, you take a few shares and see what happens, you know, but have a stop. Always have a stop. Look at the market, guys. Actually, it's not so much different from yesterday. I mean, remember, the market gapped down big yesterday, but remember what it did for about 3 hours? It did this. The only difference between today and yesterday is that the market gapped up, and now it's doing this. It's continuing. Now, one of the worst things that can happen when you start out trading, see what's happening with the RSLS, right? It got stopped out at 582, and look what it did after. It bounced. It bounced back right back up here. So you might be thinking to yourself, well, why did I obey my stop? You know, these things usually will bounce. You know, it was good news, lots of chatter about it. So you know what? Next time, I'm not going to obey my stop because look what happened here. It bounced. If I hadn't obeyed my stop, I'd be making money. So that's almost the worst thing that can happen because it gives you a false sense of, I don't know if the right word is security, but that, you know what, obeying your stop is not that big a deal. And can this happen? Of course, of course. You know, you can reverse exactly where you got out and you can beat yourself up about it. Now, if it keeps happening over and over and over again, you know, you might have to start reevaluating where you're putting your stops. I'll give you that. But the first time you do it, don't obey your stop because you think, it'll bounce. It's great news. You know, then it just keeps sinking, sinking, sinking. And you get that sinking feeling. Yeah, still no shares available to short at IB for Carve. Man, our Halts Resume scanner has gone crazy this week. So there's the SNTG. I mean, this looks like it's going to come, well, not looks like it's going to come crashing back down to earth. The bid ask stacking up right here at 39.45, 39.45. Halted at 43.83, so you can see right now it looks like when it comes out of its halt, you know, it's going to definitely be lower. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, to me, the stop should be based on what I see on the chart. And you know, I am a whole number proponent, though. I give you that. I mean, I very rarely, you know, rarely would I take a stock, say at 597. I would wait for a 6 break, you know, because I just feel that those whole numbers, even though, you know, algos are control, they don't really see it as a whole number. But it's just the way I trade. All right, guys. So starting to slow down a little bit here. 11:28. So in about about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Just going to check to make sure it is Andy in the YouTube room today. Yeah, I don't know a rule of thumb on that. I mean, look, you can think in terms of what we call RRs, risk reward. Okay, so, but on a rocket, I mean, look, those ones are the type, not for the faint of heart, not for really for new traders. We talk about them here because I mean it's exciting to see them, but I'm not saying that that's what people should be trading if they're brand new. A lot of it can be really like feel. But we'll talk about, you'll hear real talk about risk reward RR. So as an example, make the math again super simple. So let's just say you get into a stock at $10. And when you look at the chart, there's a lot of support at 9.90, 10 cents away. Okay, so you would think, okay, that's my stop, 10 cents away. And you get into the trade at 10. If it breaks down below my stop, about that price, I should be out. So let's just say you're risking 10 cents. When you look at the chart, okay, if you see, for instance, if I look at that chart and I'm in at 10 and I see a lot of resistance at, I'm sorry, I should have said support. Support at 9.90, not resistance, 9.90 support. But if I see a lot of resistance at say 10.05, only a nickel away, I'll never take the trade. And I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make a nickel, 5 cents. So what I'd be looking at always, and that's why, I like to see a lot of room on these charts for a stock to keep running. Two schools of thought. I mean, I think the minimum you should be trying to get is 2 to 1. So again, if I get into that stock at $10 and I have a 10-cent stop, I should have a reasonable expectation of getting 20 cents out of it. Some will say 30 cents, a 3 to 1, 1 to 3. So you can start, though, I mean, again, I'm just trying to make the math easy. You can start actually putting lines on the chart. Not that they'll get acted on, but, a line like this, mark up, so if it hit that level, you're aware of it. And if it keeps moving higher, but then if it moved back down there, maybe you get rid of some, okay? Because that's your first RR, maybe you're 1 for 2. But you could start putting these lines on the chart at the various, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, etc. That's one way of doing something like that. But on a rocket, I mean, you just got to be nimble. Especially most of the time, these ones that are rocketing higher have such a low float that, as fast as they go up, they can go down even faster. So, you've got to be very careful. And again, the float, unfamiliar with the float concept. Again, the float is, hey, you know what? It's a good time for maybe my home analogy. I haven't done it for a while. So the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. Now, what I consider a low float is anything under 20 million shares. So the lower that number, the more crazy a stock can get, because there's your supply. And if you have high demand for whatever reason, be it news, just traders for whatever reason piling in, you can see right there, 5.5 million, it's traded 26 million. It's not quite 5 times the float. Okay, not quite 5 times the float. But so I like to use my home analogy because I think people can relate to it with respect to supply and demand. So everybody who's heard this 1,000 times can mute me for about 3 minutes. So let's just say you live in this cul-de-sac. I know it's a big cul-de-sac. It's got 100 homes. And you want to sell your home. And you list your home for $500,000. You're the only one in the cul-de-sac selling your home. And you list it for $500,000. For whatever reason, you get a lot of activity. You got a lot of buying interest. You get 10 people wanting to buy your home. So the first person comes in and offers you that $500,000. The second one says, I'll give you $550,000. The third one says, I'll give you $600,000. So there's a feeding frenzy for your home. You keep raising your price. There's only one home, that's the supply, and for whatever reason, there's high demand. Okay? So what happens? The price is going to go up. You just keep sitting there as the bidding war continues. Same sort of thing with a stock. Low supply, high demand. it's like a bidding war, and the price keeps going higher and higher and higher. Okay, eventually it's it's going to stop. Okay, so there is the low supply, high demand. Let's flip this though. You want to sell your home, and your next door neighbor wants to sell his home, or her home, and your next door neighbor to that wants to sell. All of a sudden, you got 5 people wanting to sell. You're all listing for $500,000, but you only have one person interested. What's going to happen? Well, if you really want to sell your home, you'll start dropping your price. So, okay, I'll take 450, but your neighbor does the same. He'll take 430. Your other neighbor so you see what happens. The price keeps dropping and dropping depending on how desperate people want to get out. So that's the same thing that can happen. Now you've got high supply and low demand. And that's what can happen. That's why a stock can just keep crashing down, because nobody wants to buy it. Okay? So that something that I think people can relate to when, homes, not everybody, but I think they can relate to that. Well, it's the same idea with stocks. Low float, low supply, high demand. And that's why a stock can go up. I mean, that's only 15%, but I don't know, there's probably one that's up 100 or 200% today, but that's why you can get these crazy, crazy percentage increases. But again, once that buying fever dries up, look out. You better be at your computer. You cannot walk away. Yeah, I usually do this about once a month. I've used the same analogy for several years now. Yeah, we might be going through another one. Grumpy. If my wife has her way. Okay, so James, you want to filter for new highs. You want to set an alert as it nears a new high. Okay, so there is no alert, but if you want, you can set up a price. You can set up a, this is how I would do it. Okay, so you can use our positioner. I would use a topless window, okay? That'll show you stocks nearing what you're looking for. So if you right click, now in a topless window, okay, but same idea. Look at all the position and ranges that we have. Okay, so for instance, you're talking about there's a position in the year range, okay, 9 month, 6 month, etc., 2 year, lifetime, etc. So what I would do is I would pick the range that you want, add the filter, and if you want it near, near that high, and you can experiment. If you put 95%, that means it's within 5% of the high. And if you don't want it to be above, then maybe put 99 here. So that means that you'd be seeing stocks within 1 to 5% of the high of that range. And I would use a top list window to do that. And then you could sort on that column to see the ones that are really, really close. Does that make sense? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So it's not an alert. Okay. In fact, to me, it makes more sense rather than getting the pure alert. Because, the top list window will give you a list of stocks near where you're looking for. And then, you can just start clicking on the alerts, clicking on the symbols and seeing where they are on the charts and seeing if it makes sense. And also you would probably put a price range you want, minimum volume, things like that. So you're not being inundated with stocks. That is what I would do. All right, so Alf is rearing its ugly head, guys. I guess I had a price alert from several days ago on that one. Oops, sorry, that's wrong. Okay, that's why I had a price alert. Look at this IC, guys. Kind of interesting. Now you can have up to 500 price alerts, okay, using this. There's no need to have 500 in my opinion. You know, really what you should be doing is going through them all, seeing if they're still relevant. You know, maybe spend, 10 minutes on the weekend and checking all your price alerts to see if they're still relevant. You know, you might have a price alert set for something. Let's say I wanted to short this one IC, down here, and I put a price alert at 850, see if it got down there. But meanwhile, it's moving to 964. It gets to 10, it gets to 12, it gets to 15. Well, that price alert to short at 8 is irrelevant. So you should go through your price alerts and get rid of the ones. The reason I say that is because some people say, how come I can only have 500 alerts? Well, I'd argue you don't need more than 50, but that's my opinion. I know Zach. That's why I'm interested. That's why it's very possible that I could be in this one. I know you said that 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I believe. I never forget. Well, I shouldn't say no. That's a stupid thing to say. Some things I don't forget. When it comes to maybe my personal finances, I hope I have a decent memory. But yeah, look at the volume coming in. You got that. Meanwhile, I know you guys now. Obviously, I don't trade that much. I do enough to keep me very interested. Okay, I do some things personally, um, but because I'm doing what I'm doing. But even before I was a moderator of a trading room, it's not like I mean, I know there are some in this room that are trading 10, 20, 30 stocks a day. It never was like that. I probably would only trade about five times a day. Just sort of, I would have to get the setup I really liked. I wasn't over trading. I didn't have to be in a trade all day long. I do have a cool job. I think I love it. It's the only downside is living on the West Coast, so I'm up at 4 in the morning. That's the only downside. Just a second, my earphones just died on me. Just a sec. All right, back. Look at this SPY, guys. What a move. This guy was falling yesterday. Remember this down gap yesterday? everything's going to slow down because of the stuff happening. Well, you know what? So, but look at this. What a move again. And no disconnect today. None. Zero. Dow's up, SPY's up, tech's up. Everything's up. So I had a question from Michael in the YouTube room. How do I start? One of the ways I was able to start, I had a guy tell me this way back. If you have to make money in the stock market to live, very, very hard. Okay? I mean, to start off with anyway, very, very hard. You got to make money to pay the mortgage, to pay for food and all that, and you don't have a very big account. Even if it's really hard. That's a lot of pressure. So it's always nice to have another income. Even if it's you have dual source incomes, things like that. So I was lucky. I had another income, and I wasn't day trading. I was able to build up an account doing other things, and eventually it all started to click when I got Trade Ideas in 2010, just as a customer like anyone else in this trading room. But boy, if you have to make money, if you're up against it, you got a mortgage payment, and you've got to make money in the stock market, man, that's a lot of pressure. All right, guys. Well, I don't know what more to say about PBI. I mean, we talked about it early, and what I was trying to say, and this is why I always look at these other time frames, right? There's the high that I was looking at, that 1006. So what did it get to today? Got to the 992. So what, 14 cents away. My whole thing for the PBI, though, would have been 10, probably would block it. 10 is a really psychological number, even if I hadn't seen the 1006 here. But, it's amazing. I mean, you just have to start looking left and seeing where things could block. And that, I said, okay, it would be great if it get close to 10, and that's what it did, and now it's falling. So you could have made it on the upside, and then you could have made it on the downside. Look how more quickly you could have made it on the downside. So, for instance, you take this on the long side, but the minute it starts to stall, I'm not saying it's a slam dunk that you take it, but boy, I mean, this was just, look at this candle here. I mean, from 990 down to 920. Well, anything is attainable, Maria. I mean, it's, but it's not easy. You got to practice, though. I mean, it's not easy. You got to get good at reading charts. I always say not easy. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody, but I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, it's not like, okay, I've looked at charts for a week, therefore I'm good to go. I mean, listen, maybe, I'm talking you specifically, but some people pick things up a lot more quickly than others. That's why there's no way to know, well, how long is it going to take me before I can be successful? There's no answer to that. Again, no answer to that one either, dad jokes. I mean, you can get lucky. I mean, you get lucky on one of those rocket ships, as you called it, and make a ton of money, in one day, and you get really seduced by that. Yeah. But, grinding away, though, I mean, it's a matter of luck a lot of times on those ones, that have those huge percentage increases. It's hard sometimes. It's just hard. I mean, I have a difficult time. I see something that's, I look at, say, Carve yesterday. So I look here, okay, it's got to be over now because it's already up, 30%. Well, it's got to be over now. It's got, and it's not. And then it's got to be over now. And even then, it's still put up. But you're in chase mode when you might get lucky. You might get lucky and grab one of these candles. But, I don't often get these, on these big, and I have been lucky on occasion. And yeah, look at Real, what he posts about his fibs. Not his lies, but his Fibonacci's. All right, another, wow, look at this thing. SNTG. I mean, yeah, it would have been awesome if you could have, well, of course, it would have been awfully hard to commit at $42 where it opened. I mean, it did get up to 50, 52, but I mean, next week when we see some of those IPOs that are really cheaply priced, I'm not saying to do it, but if you are, don't go crazy. Don't try to take 1,000 shares or something, but 50 shares, something like, see if it does something absolutely insane, have a stop so you don't lose much if it works against you. All right, yeah, confirmation that it will be Andy in the YouTube room when I'm on my break. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in case you want to head over there. He'll be there between 12 and 1. One of the other traders at Trade Ideas. So let me just put that link in. Now, for those of you who are in this room, don't have trade ideas, but we're wondering, well, you might want to try it, but you don't want to spend $118 minus 15% for a month. So we are having what we call, and it's going to be actually about a month from now, August the 9th. So we are going to be having our test drive. Let me just put this link in. Ooh, I don't have a general link. Oh, here it is. Let me make sure this link is working. The way I think it should. So I just put the test drive link in. Okay, so if you click on that test drive link, this is what you should see. Yes, okay. So our test drive is tentatively scheduled for August the 9th to the 20th, I believe. It's 2 trading weeks. So what that is, I don't know what the price is. They're talking about $11.11, whatever, $11.11. I guess that's some kind of a mystical number. But anyway, if you just sign up here, then you'll be notified exactly when it starts. You're not committed to taking it or anything like that, but at least you'll be notified when it's going to start. And what it does is it'll give you access to our full program for the 2 weeks. Okay? So again, you can just sign up for it. You'll get a notification hi, this is when it starts. This is how you can actually register for it, etc. Okay? And I think it's going to be starting August 9th. So it'll be just as if you were a real-time, just like if you took out a premium subscription for the 2 weeks. I don't understand your question, Christino. Are you talking about the test? The test drive is just open for people who don't have trade ideas, okay? It's also open if you have a standard subscription and you want to try our premium service out for the 2 weeks. You can do it also. It'll cost the 11.11, but still no shorts. I keep looking to see, if there's some shorts available. Like yesterday, for a magical moment, there were about 2,000 shorts available for Carve.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Dang, you guys already hear me? Did he already turn it over?
So that's interesting. So I can talk and you can talk at the same time? Anyway, maybe not. I'll just stop my streaming now.
Next thing I know, I'm talking. Barry got me good there. All right, guys. Welcome to Hey Kev. Hi, Iris. How are you? Mike C. Aja. Talal, I believe. David, how are you, buddy? Good. I'm glad you guys can hear me, can see my desktop, hopefully. And we have made it to the Friday edition of the support webinar. For those of you guys who may be new in here, what this is we hijack Barry's live stream for 1 hour, and this is where you come to ask questions. Somebody saying they can't, some Trade Ideas educational channel is telling me, I'm not even sure who's manning that. Says they can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? Test 1, 2, 3. All right, David. Okay, looks like okay. Thank you. All right, David, you're working on something this weekend. Got an idea for people. All right, send it over, David. I'm glad to look at it. All right, so where was I? Oh, I was telling people who may be new in here, this is the support webinar, and we open it up for 1 hour to help you on any difficulties you might be having with the software. So if you do have a question, be sure to just drop it in the chat panel there, and I'll address it and see if we can work you through it. So other than that, boy, what a crazy resilient market we have. It's I see IC coming through my alert again, hitting highs. Yep, just when you think, oh man, maybe this is the top, boom, we're right back at all-time highs. So we'll see what happened here. See how we close, but so far market is holding up well. I'm not doing much right now. I don't like chasing highs. I sold some stuff yesterday, and I just yesterday kind of scared me with that big gap down, and I'd used the move going up to get out of some positions, and I'm pretty much flat. I did take one position today off the 20 period, and this is Smith & Wesson. We'll see if it works. Let me get rid of some of these old alerts that I had set in here a while back. But taking a chance right here off the 20 period moving average after a nice run up it had for a couple of weeks, been pulling back. We'll see if this works. Pretty much in right here, maybe actually a little bit higher. I think my average is around 27.45 or something like that, but we'll see. Small size, half size. If I get a bar reversal, maybe on, I doubt I'll get one today, but maybe on Monday, then I can add to it. I do that quite a bit when if I going against the grain, something's pulling back, I like a level to give it a shot. I'll buy a half a position and then see if a reversal confirms it, and then I'll add to it. But that's really all I got going right now. Not really my kind of crazy market. When you have these big stocks that are moving the market like it is right now, and they're at all-time highs, I don't like chasing all-time highs. I'm just not going to do it. So I'll just sit back and, that's the good thing about an active trader. I mean, a lot of people if you're an investor and just putting stuff in the market, you almost have to be in the market the whole time if you're going to get the gains of the market. You have to be fully invested. But if you're an active trader, you don't have to do that, because you hit the right stuff. You can increase your portfolio 10, 15% in a couple of weeks. So that's one thing I like about, always having your finger on the pulse of the market. You can react quick, and you don't have to risk as much. And what I mean by that is you don't have to sit overnight, fully allocated, and something happens. Obviously, you can't trade in fear every night that something's going to black swan or something's going to happen. But it's nice to be able to be nimble and not have to allocate all your funds to risk everything. All right, let me see. I didn't miss anything here. Spider senses are telling me that this fall is going to be like the fall of '08. Yeah. We can sit here and pound the table about how we're due, but I agree with you. I think there's a correction coming soon, but I'm not going to, definitely not going to load up to the, on the short side. But when it gets like this, if I do have a few positions, I'll always put on some sort of hedge. Maybe like a SPXS, do something like if something does, happen, at least you'll have some triple leverage and get a decent move in something like this. This is a triple bear, short. The problem is, it kind of stinks if you have some positions and you load up too much on a hedge. And obviously you can do puts and things like that. I don't like. I do some calls every now and then, but for the most part I don't like. I just like trading the common. Hi Sam, how are you? I noticed this coin. I'm liking this coin right now. It's kind of decoupling. For a while there, it was trading with Bitcoin. And let me GBTC. So, but look at this GBTC, which basically mirrors Bitcoin, and I would assume Bitcoin is also under its moving averages as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this coin is finally starting to decouple. It was kind of trading with it, but now it's putting up a nice little pattern here. Kind of liking that setup there. Wish I would have seen that earlier this morning. I probably would have jumped on something like that, but. Oh, I know, Sam. I'd complain right back to you, buddy. But Apple, you can't stop it. Amazon's taking a little rest. Just not doing a whole lot today. But you can see where the money has been flowing. Google near all-time highs. But there's some other stocks out there as well. Let's see, what am I looking for? PayPal, been performing well. There you go. Yeah, we can complain back and forth, Sam, when we meet in person. Cannot believe that buyout and stamp today. It's just crazy. Gosh. It's 65% premium there. Oh. I was telling the other guys, because Barry, when he saw that mentioned, he said, "Remember when everybody thought Stamp was going to go out of business, and here they are selling for up to 325." And I said, "Well, shoot, I can remember Amazon was trading in the low 20s. This is probably maybe a year, maybe 8 months to a year after they IPO'd." And Kramer was hammering it on his show, bitching about the model, saying it's a poor model. Here it is at almost $4,000 a share now. I think about all those stocks that I traded, Amazon, Apple. I'll tell you a great story about Apple in the early 2000s when I was an avid day trader. I remember just sitting there one day, and we did have a high-low ticker. I don't think Trade Ideas had quite come out yet, but we had a little bitty high-low ticker that's built into our trading platform. And all of a sudden, I saw this little $7 stock, man, for like 4 days in a row, just huge volume. And it was Apple. And I'm serious. It was like $7 a share. And I just like, whoa, look what's going on here. What's this all about? Of course, I day traded it. I probably made some great money day trading it. Cheap stock like that. It was moving, 10% a day or whatever, and it was crazy. And this went on for like 4 or 5 days in a row, just huge volume. And then about a week after that, we started seeing the iTunes commercials. Remember the iTunes little gadget, man? Yeah, that started coming out. And I just think about all the hundreds of thousands of shares I probably traded it during that 5-day span. I'm like, why didn't I just put 1,000 away, somewhere and forget about it? By the way, that's a good point, because this was 25 years ago. So, or not 25, I guess it'd be about 20 years ago. So yeah, if you're making your career a day trader, you think about that. All these stocks that you're trading, every now and then, if you see something that you really like, and sometimes even if it's only 50 shares, even if it's only 50 to 100 shares, just put it away somewhere. Try to have you another account where you can put some of that stuff away. Obviously you want to still put stops in it, but and I'm not saying do that now because maybe there is a correction coming down the sim. But at some point you want to start maybe building a portfolio, because I promise you there's companies out there right now that are going to be the future. Apple, Amazon, you're going to see that incredible growth. And if you can make yourself do it. It's hard if you're very active in the market to hold on things for a very long period of time, but it will help you. It will help you actually in your even your short-term trading. It'll help you because you learn to be patient and let things work for you. So always a good idea if you could, just like I said, it doesn't take much. Just think, if you had bought 100 shares of Apple at $7, invested $700, what that'd be worth today. Yeah, what companies are those? Yeah, well, that's true. It's hard, but gosh, I can look at so many stocks that I traded, back in the day that a lot of them now were bought out, but yeah, that's the key. You got to find the right ones. A lot of these biotechs that I used to trade, NVAX, it's trade that $3 all the time. Just the other day, mRNA, right? Moderna. I was, in that at $35, back over here, and probably held it for like 5 days, right in this level right here. So, if you see some of these charts setting up, maybe just put, 50 shares away, 100 shares away, and you want to get that kind of growth. Now, I don't want to, tell you to do that. You obviously have to have your pulse on the market and watching the market. And if we do get a big correction, which we definitely could, we're well overdue. And I'm not talking about one of these 1 week corrections where we go down and then bounce right back up. I'm talking about a long, sustained, 6, 7, 8 month bear market. That could be hard on a portfolio. So I'm not saying just go load up on everything and buy it right now and stick it in there and forget about it, because that could be painful. But still, look at Shop. Yeah, Shop. I was seeing that the other day break out to all-time highs, and it's actually on this day it did fail, but long term, yeah. Look at that. Could be setting up right here for a possible cup and handle. Actually, it's already broken through this, but I'd like to have seen it after it broke out, held that high over here, but did not. So, but yeah, that's one. And in getting back to Shop, you're looking at it. I think your point you were probably making is just a couple of years ago, it was at $275. You could. They're out there. There's a lot of them out there. Any new scanner? I did. This is kind of a bearish scanner that if you're, if the market does turn, I gave it yesterday. I talked about it yesterday in my. This is the only one I built recently, and it's funny. I'll show you the back test on this. So what this is, it's just looking for stocks that's hitting a new low, and the price has to be above $5. The relative volume has to be above 1.5. Volume in the 5-minute has to be 200%, which is basically 2 times normal. It has to be hitting a new low, going below its 50-day moving average, and it cannot be more than 1%, below the 50-period moving average. So I'm trying to catch those stocks that are breaking their 50-period moving average. Okay, and average volume, I actually increased this to 750,000 shares, and looking for things that are just, if I'm going to short something, I want it pretty liquid, So I've noticed stocks that trade 500,000 shares a day, they can get pretty squirrely at times, and I don't want to be the wrong side of the short and chasing it. But the point I was making when I was building this is like, guys, even though the market is just ripping, to all-time highs and everything is so strong, well, I shouldn't say that. The market is so strong. The indices are very strong, especially the SPYs and the Qs. The IWM hasn't really gone anywhere in 6 months. I wanted to make the point that the majority of that is probably a handful of stocks, maybe, I don't know, 100 stocks that are really moving the market, and 5 of them are definitely moving it big time, and that's your Apple, your Amazon, Googles, who are actually in the SPYs as well as the Qs. And remember that the biggest sector holding in the SPY is technology. So even though it looks like it's it's probably the most fair indice as far as its weighting goes, it's still very slanted toward technology, and really, I think Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and some of the others hold about, make up about 10%, 12% of that indice. So what I wanted to create this to show you that, hey, even though this market is, ripping, there's some money to be made on the short side if you're a short seller. And let's just see what's coming through here today. I don't know if anything's coming through here today. It's a pretty strong market. That didn't work. EMAT, that was that? Yeah, that was early morning. Never mind. Not a whole lot coming through today. Of course, we had a big gap up, and the market's going strong, so you don't expect a lot of things to be breaking down on today below their 50-period moving average. But let me show you something that's interesting. If I backtest this, right, I don't expect it to do well. We're in a raging bull market, but let's backtest it, and it's going to show you that it's not performing that well. But then I'm going to make one adjustment, and you'll be surprised by how well it performs. It's a filter when you're doing your back test I think you should pay attention to, because it's one of my favorite ones to use when I'm back testing. So, profit factor 1.04. So even in this raging bull market, I mean, you're not getting killed with this strategy. You're actually up a little bit without commissions or any sort of slippage. But let me just make one adjustment and show you something. I started thinking, I said, well, obviously on days where the SPY is down, there might be a lot of things coming through there. Okay, and then when the SPYs bounce, there probably is, a good chance with the overall market it's going to bounce as well. So I asked myself, I said, what about the stocks that are weak on the day that the SPY is up? Okay, so in other words, the overall markets are up on the day, but you still have stocks that are breaking down. That may tell you there's some true weakness there. So what I did is I ran another back test. Oh, let me do it this way. I went to my optimization, and I said, I want to check this out on change of SPY and see if there's any. Let's see. There it is, SPY change to day percentage. So I want to see if there's any discrepancies when I take this and put SPYs. I'm going to put 0.1% in there so I can get a better. And see, when the SPYs are down on the day, not very good performance. But look what happens when I get here to around 40. when the SPYs are up 0.4% on the day, all right, you start seeing some changes in green. And even right here is not too bad. Even let's try it from here. Let's try it from 0.20. I tried it from 0.40 yesterday. Let's try it from here. So I'm going to set that min strategy to 0.2. So the SPYs have to be up 0.2% on the day for you to take any trades, for anything to come through it now. Let's run it again with the same, everything the same. By the way, it's just risk management is 3%. So if it goes against me 3%, I get out. Timed exit is tomorrow plus 2 days. So it's basically a 3-day hold. We're going to back test it for a full 64 days and see if there's much change. No, but I tell you what, Iris, we could take this and flip it and see what happens. Haven't done that yet. And something's not working. So this worked much better yesterday. I may have to go back in and put 0.4 in there. Did I hit buy? Let me do that again. Let me make sure that didn't look right. Okay, I might have to go back and put 0.4%. This doesn't look like it's working well. And no, that's nothing what I got yesterday. So let's go back in and do this. And then I'm going to be upset if it doesn't perform. Let's go to, oh, the SPY changed the day's not in there. Let me go and just put 0.4. And do it that way. I must have not clicked. There you go. That's looking better now. Oh yeah, Gerald, I do remember Netflix. Yes, I do. Back, I was trading those back when they it was a mail order. You know, you got a subscription and they sent you the DVDs in the mail. That's what you're referring to back at that time. Yep. Tesla's another one. I remember sitting there, Tesla, trading in the around the $30 range forever, and okay, not quite as good as it was yesterday, but close enough. A profit factor of 2. You're about a 40% win rate, but look at the average winner versus average loser. It's about 3 to 1. That's great. So here's a shorting strategy that would would have paid you pretty well, even in this crazy market. So I'm saying if the market does turn and starts getting kind of nasty, I really believe this is going to be a special alert. But we'll see. Now let's do what? Let me share this. I'm going to share it without the SPY, because you can still find probably some pretty good trades in here when the market is down on the day. But you can always go in and change it if you want to. But this way you'll at least get, stocks. When the market's down, you'll at least get stocks coming through here. All right, and I'll get to you guys questions that you might have. I only see maybe a couple, or maybe. Okay, you going down. There you go. And then we'll try to flip it and see what happens. All right, so we are going to flip it. And the way you flip something is you want to duplicate the window first so you don't mess up the window you're in. And then you go to configure and just click on flip. Let me check real quick just to make sure I don't have a filter in there that could screw up the long side. Volume, EPS, change from close is 0. Change from 50-day SMA. Yeah, that's good. That's good. SPY change. I'm going to take that out. And because we can always back test and go through there. Let's give it a shot. back test strategy. Now we're going to do risk management. We'll keep 3% in there. I like to keep it pretty basic. Do the same timed exit, advance, 64 days, and let's click on buy. Now, obviously, you would think this is going to work better in this market that we're in, and it will, especially without any filters. The winning percentage doesn't look like it's going to be all that great. Not bad. Not bad. You have 1.35. Let's do the same thing with it. Let's back test this. Of course, I got to give it another name when I do that. Let's optimize it and see if we can get see if we can do something for the SPY change of the day. See if we can get the same sort of. Because now I'm thinking if the market's down, it probably performs better. They put it on 0.1%. Not that good. Let's see. When it's down a little bit, when it's down a lot, it's not performing all that well. I'm seeing some bad ones in here, but right around this level, it starts to get better. So let's tag it right here. Set the min strategy to 0.9, negative 0.9%, so almost a percentage point down. And let's change the up. When the market's up, it doesn't do all that great. There's a lot of trades right there. You got 20, so I'm gonna stop this at around. Let's stop it right here at 0.69. We're gonna set the max strategy at 0.69, and let's compare. Isn't that something though? This profit factor is not as even good as the one that shorting. It's just amazing to me. It just really shows you that there's probably about 10% of the stocks out there that are really moving the market around. And it looks like to me, the breadth in the overall market is not that impressive at all. And you can tell by the rotation we got. I'm looking, for example, I'm looking at. Here's a great example. Look, the leading sector today is the steel sector. I mean, it looked like crap yesterday. Basically closing on a 3-week low, close to a 2-month low. And then all of a sudden it's the strongest one today. When you start getting stuff like that, rotation like that, it makes it very difficult. And I will share this. What I'm going to do is just rename it, call it "You Going Up." But this is not one of my favorite by any means. Maybe I'll play around with this and see if I can get it to working. But I think that first one I shared to you for the downside is probably even a better one. I'll take it. Excuse me. I'll take out that SPY too, so you guys can do what you want to with it. You can back test it and play around with it and do what you want to with it. And then I got to get to some questions here. Like I said, these are not my favorite. I'm just sharing them because I shared them in the webinar yesterday, and I probably like that you going down more than this you going up. I got better long side ones that I like for sure. Let's see here. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, David says, Andy, it's not a bad idea today swing trade a stock. If you think that one is a possible investment, anyone can keep 1% share position. Yeah, that's a great idea, David, and that's what I do a lot. I talked about my best trade of last year was this. I like to call it Neo. Some people I know Barry and Steve call it Nio, but let me just make the chart here bigger so you can see. And what I did, I started, buying this thing. I think I probably missed this move, but what happened is it started kind of going sideways right here, forming a nice wedge above these moving averages. This is when I started trading it. I said, well, I love this pattern when you get an up move and the strength is so strong. The stock basically doubled in a month, but it did not come down. It kept going kind of sideways. I think I started entering it around $13 right here on this day. And basically from this point all the way up to this point, let me get my pen going here. Ooh, that's not it. That's because it's a great point that David brings up. And I do this quite a bit. But this was probably the best case. From this point right here, where I first bought it on this day right here at about 13, from that point all the way up to probably maybe on this day right here, I probably started getting nervous on that big old red tick. But anyway, from that point to that point, I maintained a core position. In other words, I had this in my portfolio the whole time. Now, as I was getting moves like this and moves like this, I was scalping it. I would, I think we actually called it trade of the week on this day right here, and then so I maybe would add back in, get this move, sell a bunch, but I maintain a core position through this whole move. And it makes it a lot easier when you do that to hold on to, stocks so you don't miss those huge moves. And trust me, I've missed a lot. So I've learned, hey, even if it's only 100 shares, maintain a core position. And so you can catch, those, $10 to $45, $50 moves. Obviously, when it breaks down, once it got here and started breaking down, I left it alone for a while. And I can't remember. I think in other words, I got out. I didn't have my core position anymore. I may have traded it in here, but I no longer, had a core position. Of course, now I did buy it back over here on this day, but I scalped it way too quick. I got out early on that one. I just didn't have a lot of confidence in it. In other words, I did not maintain a core position from there to there, but that's okay. You're not going to catch them all, that's for sure. But that's a good point, David. It doesn't take for you to sock away, put away, a tiny percent, even in something like NIO, even if if you're in back here, maybe you made a lot of money during this one, but maybe you wanted to put that 100 shares away for long term, just in case this turns into another Tesla, which it could. But good point. Let's see. All right, let me zoom this back. Check my position real quick. It's doing okay. Doing kind of what you expect it to do. Probably doesn't, narrow a lot. That doesn't bother me if it does like a little doji or a little narrow range body right above that 20-period moving average. All right. Looks like we're all caught up on the pages. Holly was having a pretty good week today. Doesn't look that impressive. A lot of trades. I'm not sure why we had so many shorts this morning. It just happened to. That was somebody mentioned. Hope no one's short the Holly. Oh man, that would have been a nice little setup right there. That volume coming in, taking out yesterday's high. And when it comes to trading Holly, a lot of that stuff is common sense. Look at the relative volume in there. I know a lot of it came in these last few bars, but a lot of these trades I've seen, it works. When you have these patterns where it had a big old wick yesterday, and Holly's probably thinking, okay, it's going to resume that same pattern, but it didn't today. That's for sure. Flag is at Hong Kong. Yeah, there's the SGOC coming through the Master Blaster. Let's see when it caught that. And I think this may be. Well, it's the only thing's been coming through Master Blaster. Now, it would not have caught it until it took out yesterday's high. I know that, which is fine. You still could have done very well on this. There's a 781. That's too high. Woo! Boy, if you miss this one. Oh, I take that back. There was this morning at 453. Interesting. I think must have this set at $3. I may. That's a dang. Wish I'd have been looking at my thing. Yeah, this is coming through all over the place this morning. You would have been aware. You would have been known had you been watching Extreme Master Blaster to have this one on the radar when you did get that move there. That's the kind of stuff you miss when you're working like me. You don't have time to watch everything. All right. Hope somebody caught that. Take a look at the markets. Sure, it's just kind of hanging out up here, and it is. Got the 10-period moving average right below it as it sits at all-time highs. Let's set alert on this one since I missed it this morning. But if this thing does take out that high, I want to know about it. Some of these ones on the revenue growth fishing doing pretty good today. Cliff, this one's been on my radar because I think it's probably one of the best looking or showing relative strength versus something like X, which is still kind of below its moving average. Nucor is kind of Cliff by far. This is one I kind of have on my radar. I don't want to buy it, after this big old move today, but one that's setting up pretty good on the daily there. But I was so happy yesterday at the open that I didn't buy it right on this day. It's just kind of the slop we're getting right now. This thing could be right back down below its moving averages on Monday. Rare earth. Vanek Vectors. Trying to break out. It is. All right, guys, you have any questions? Anybody has any questions? I got probably another 20 minutes in here, so fire away. Set me an alert on this PAL just in case it gets back above that 20. CDNA. I shall to take a look. Yeah, it does. You know, it's like a lot of charts that are getting a little bounce after the sell off yesterday. Well, that's a tough one. I mean, you would have a bar reversal, if it takes out that high. You know, it's close to its all-time high, so it's definitely strong. But the only thing, you do have your short-term 10 and 20 period moving average that are trying to roll over, and not only that, you have your 10 crossing your 20. That doesn't mean it can't just go right through it, just kind of like Cliff did today. You know, it's just. You have to deal with that. You know, it has some work probably to get through that. But yeah, it doesn't look bad. This is one that would probably come through my good chance it would come through my, if all the filters are being met, come through my pullback above 50 SMA long, where you have a pullback, in the 5-day time frame, and then you get a bar reversal. Be interested to see. I'll put alert there so I will be notified when it does do that. And I can look to see if it came through here. Seeing a lot of social media companies. Look at Snap reversing today. Pins trying to reverse today. See, these are very similar to the what chart you're just showing me. And Twitter took out that high today. So you'd have been notified of this Twitter right here at 67.60 from this alert right here, which would have been a nice little pickup, up a buck already in this thing. This is a really good one for long swings, guys. If you can find some really good ones in this, and you do have access to it. Well, I don't know. I'll share it because I don't know if it's not in our Traders Vault. I think the T window is in there where you kind of can set your own price alerts. But let me share this one for those who may not have it. I'm gonna have a stupid comment here that throws things off. There we go. Let's call it pullback long swing. But what's really weird is this used to backtest and perform very well, and the last time I did it, it did not. So just another thing that was telling me we're seeing some underlying weakness, in the overall industries, because this thing used to be butter. And let's try it again tomorrow let's go tomorrow plus 2 days. Risk management, 3%, advanced. Maybe it's gotten better. I don't think I've ran it in probably about a month. Oh, quit diving on me. Yeah, it's not going to be that impressive, I can tell. And you would think by looking at, the overall market, this thing, yeah, it used to be much better than that. This thing used to, profit factor was around, probably 1.9 or something like that. Winning percentage is probably closer to 55. Average winner versus average loser was a lot better. It just doesn't mean you can't find some good ones in there, even for day trades. But yeah, it's just really strange to see this in the market that we have. It's not performing all that great. Oh, I want to try something here. Hold on. Let me do that again. I'm going to try to optimize this based on score and see what happens. It's basically our composite rating. So let me see if it makes any difference. Probably won't, but I like to always just, when I think of something, give it a shot and see. Stock composite rating, there it is. And we'll put it on, let's see, intervals of 3. Okay, these stocks that are very low, not doing that well. Starts getting better right here at 57. Let's plug that in there. It's not going to make that much of a difference, though. And let's do it at it's not gonna, I'm not shaving off that many. It's not even gonna do all that great. I thought there would be some more discrepancies down here at the bottom, but it's not that great. Let me try something else. Let's do a change in 20-day SMA. Change in 10-day SMA. We have so many changes, it's hard to find. Change in 10-day SMA. Kind of a sweet spot right here. And it starts getting, let's do it right here and just see. That didn't make sense. But it's what it's showing us. Yeah, we'll run it, see what happens. Yeah, a little bit better. 1.4. Nothing to write home about. I gotta make sure I don't save my window, save my layout. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Asuri. No problem at all. You are welcome. Yeah, auto trading. As a matter of fact, this one I just showed you, I tested this. I never went with live money, but I tested it out for a while on the auto trader. And here, let me tell you something when it comes to auto trading your strategy. I've learned this through a lot of paper trading. Honestly, I was a discretionary trader my whole life. It's hard pull away from that. I just feel like I can do better, discretionarily than letting something auto trade. But it doesn't mean I didn't paper trade a lot. And one thing I noticed, the key is you can have some strategies that really work good in your auto trading mode, but you can really outperform it if you just use a little common sense. And what I mean by that is not only is it important to have a successful strategy that back tests as well, but to know when to implement those strategies. Okay? So for example, let's use this for example. Let's say I had a short strategy that really works well. But do I want to input that in play like on a day like today? No. I probably don't. So it's very important when to turn those babies on. It's kind of like Holly. Holly can have some good calls throughout the day, but look at all these shorts today, right? We had a gap up in the market. This is where man and machine. You're the man. You have to make the decision, or woman, and you have to make the decision to, when you want to implement a strategy. If I had a short strategy right now, I wouldn't have it working today. On a market that gaps up and it's been trading up all day long. Maybe I'll have a if I had some good long strategies, maybe this is a good time to put this one in play that I showed you. Maybe I would turn that on this morning and let it work. So don't. If you are one who uses both, short or long, or even just long strategies. Maybe you only have long strategies, but certain markets are telling you, hey, you don't want to buy highs right now. Okay, it's probably best to buy something like a strategy like this, Smith and Wesson. Something that's pulled back, maybe resting, something similar to this, where you're not chasing some of these breakouts. I have noticed that a lot of these breakouts are just I've never been one to chase highs anyway. I'm always looking for, stocks that had a pullback. That's just me. There's some people who just like to buy stocks at highs and sell them higher. That's fine. It works for them. Me, I'd rather find something kind of like the Smith and Wesson, that it's had a nice hefty pullback and resting on a moving average. But that's just my style. But the key, like I said, when you're auto trading your own strategies, is know when to implement them. Maybe if you have some killer long strategies and the market opens up flat and it starts getting hammered, just don't turn it on. Just maybe wait till the market stabilizes and gets a little better. So that's the key, is knowing when to turn those things on. And you can learn a lot by doing that. And probably the best way to learn a lot by doing that is just go ahead at first and just let them run, pretty much every day, and see which ones are performing poorly on any given market, and you'll over time you'll get a good idea about when to cut those things on. And you know what? Maybe if you trade Holly, there's nothing wrong. If you don't like shorting, maybe you just don't. You don't use the short strategy. You just turn on only the long. You have a choice of which ones you can actually show. So just turn on the long strategies and see what's working. But it's weird today. It's typical Friday though, man. Fridays are wonky. They've always been wonky. May have to get back in this PAL. I was in it over here, made some good money, but then I held on and got stopped out yesterday of my remaining shares, and now this is one that I'm eyeballing. I'll probably wait till it does a bar reversal, but sometimes if I can anticipate, I'll jump the gun a little bit. Oh, okay, so you left the house and something happened. Okay, while it was running. Well, hopefully you were paper trading. I don't I don't know if you were live. All right, David, just listening while working. Do you have a relative volume set in that scan? Which scan are you referring to, David? Okay, yeah, he's doing TICM. There you go. Yeah, you want to anytime you're whether you're using Holly or your own strategies, I'd highly recommend paper trading for using the TICM simulator for a few weeks or maybe even a few months. David, are you talking about this pullback above 50 SMA long swing? When you asked me if I have a relative volume in that scan, I can look real quick. I don't think I do. No, I don't. That could be something you can take and back test, David. Could be a good idea. Well, let's just do it. Let me take off these that I just put in there. See, I'm afraid I jacked all this one around. Hold on. See, this is the optimized version. Maybe I need to redo this. Let me dig up an old version real quick. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to re-optimize. Pull back above. Let me get an older one. Swing. See, I've had this for a while. Let's see, we're already back to 2019. Okay, there is. Let me just dig this one up and see what it says here. This optimized one, and see if it's the same one. A little bit different. Position in 5-day range. That's right. Position in year range. 20, 200. Let me try this one real quick. Let me open it up wide open. Let's go ahead and run it for 3 days this time. See, I got a profit target on this one. I have no idea. I'm thinking it's probably going to be about the same, but let me just check. Yeah, I can tell already this is not going to be all that great. Yeah, it's not good. Ooh, really ugly. Let me get X out of that one real quick. And I tell you, let me share this one with you as well. I think this is probably, if you don't mind doing a little homework, a lot of times you can catch the one pull back above 50 SMA Pro. This is the one right there. See, this is a top list that just kind of gives you stocks, right, that are, ooh, that's pretty interesting looking, setting up. So you can, in other words, you can kind of just take a look at them and then set your alerts as they're coming through. A lot of pretty charts in here. So I'm going to share this one with you as well, because this can be one where you get your setup bar setting up, and then maybe you put a price alert at highs, and the next day it goes through. So this one can be a great one. Let me just save and share this one. For those that like to just do homework in the evening, you'll have scans in there, and so this will freeze as when the market closes. And I'll just call this pullback T window. But you can test it out as far as the relative volume. That's one. You can take that scan that I gave you, and you can play around with it. That's a great little scan to take and maybe just do your own little optimization on it. Do some back testing over and over, and you can get pretty creative. Just be careful how much, fine tuning you do. Try to maintain. I like to try to maintain about 400 to 500 alerts coming through, or maybe 300. I don't like to get too low because we've heard about curve fitting. We just get to that point where you're kind of creating the results versus letting them happen naturally. That's what I like about the T window. I can go through here and just look at it and set up ones that I like. Come in here and just mark them up, set up a price alert, and then see what the next day brings. Zynga. Ooh, big old tail there in Zynga today. That beam looks interesting. Filled the gap. All right, I'm probably just going to get off in time for me to go maybe buy back into that POW. We'll see what happens here. All right, guys, let me thank you. It's been a great session. Didn't have a whole lot of questions today, but hopefully you guys learned something. And I'm going to notify Barry that I am ready, and you guys have a great weekend. You're welcome, Iris. You're welcome, Kev. You too, Grant. Looks like Barry's starting now, so once he tells me he's streaming, I'll cut off. But once again, guys, have a great weekend. Enjoy your summer Saturday and Sunday. Thank you, Asiri. Appreciate it. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, you guys in YouTube, I don't know if you can hear me yet. Some interesting news if you didn't hear it, but I'll wait for somebody to tell me that you can hear me. So look at that verb, guys. This silly verb. Yep. Okay. So if you didn't catch this news, take a look at Biogen. I don't know if you guys caught it. We're talking about it in the main room. Look at what happened to Biogen. And this is all to do with the approval. Let me get it up again. All to do with the approval right here that day. But I had no idea that it was so controversial. But now it has got really controversial. You have to read the news on it. But look what happened. Now it has recovered. It's had a big bounce from 350. Well, not a big bounce, but we'll have to see where this goes. Again, you rest assured the company will come out with some kind of a statement. I'll take the former any day, Becca. All right. Well, obviously interesting news going forward. See what happens next week with Biogen. Well, I'm going to keep looking to see if there's some shorts for this stupid carve. Not Varv, but carve. Anything showing up? Not yet. This reminds me of yesterday, guys, so much. All of a sudden, it just kind of flattened out, and then it just started the descent. And this is what I'm talking about. This is yesterday's 15-minute candle, kind of flattened out, and it just, look at this. I mean, it went from 33 down to 18 in the after hours. Definitely, Kev. No question about that. about the stuff with Biogen. That's a big company, guys. A huge company. And more than obviously Alzheimer's in their pipeline, but look at the spy guys. Just snoozing right here. It's true. If you saw her face, it's hard to deny her. So just a minute. But it's just crumbs I give her. Don't worry. She's not a big fat kitty. True, but I guess what I was saying is that they obviously not the only drug they have in their pipeline. They've been around for years, and just to see what happens. If it really comes to light that there was, and it sounds like, where there's, have you ever heard this? Where there's fuel, there's fire. But anyway, let's just see. There's your level right there. Taking out that, if it takes that out today. Oh, she's got a AVXL. She's got a $500 price target. That seems reasonable for a $26 stock. Yeah, not so much this year. She's, I think her portfolio is still up a lot, quite a bit, but definitely was taking a hit. All right, one moment. Now she doesn't get any. Man, the menagerie in the background here. Okay. You're a funny man sometimes. Not some. You're a funny man every single day, real. LHDX. Let's take a look at LHDX. Okay. All right. There are shorts available now. Somebody in the YouTube room said they were afraid of shorting. Are you still there? I don't know how if Andy answered or said anything to you. I'm trying to remember who that was. C.A. Summers, are you still in the room? I have never shorted. Too scared, I think. Would love to learn how. So if you're still in the room, just say yes, and maybe I can alleviate some of your fears. Just give me a moment. Just looking to see this right here. There's the 2 minute, or the 8 EMA and the 2 minute chart. So I'm sure one of the reasons is that, all you've heard about shorting is that, man, I could lose everything, because it could go to infinity. Whereas if I buy something and it goes against me, the most it can go down is zero. You're right in theory. Okay, you're right in theory. But I've seen many bios that have been $100, and you wake up the next day and they're 20. I mean, it's not zero, but you can have some catastrophic moves if you go long and hold also. Now, I have to admit, I have never held a short overnight. I don't really know why, but I haven't done that. I've never held a short overnight. So I think shorting intraday, you're watching just like you're going long intraday. You're watching and seeing what's happening. So the mechanics of shorting, I think, is what really screws people up. And just think about, just one moment. I mean, honestly, it's as simple as this. When you buy a stock, you're hoping it goes up and you're going to sell higher, right, for a profit. When you short a stock, you're hoping it goes down and you what we call cover at a lower price for a profit. That's it. I mean, that is literally it. Okay? The only difference is sometimes is that when your broker may not you'll hear us say this all the time. Your broker may not have shorts available for you to quote unquote borrow. Okay? So, when you want to go long a stock, well, I can't even think of a case, but I mean, it's incredibly rare, if not non-existent, that you cannot buy a stock. Okay, but if you're trying to short a stock, yeah, your broker has to have an inventory so that they can lend you the stock. But I don't even want to get into those mechanics. Just think of it like this: if your broker has shorts, then you just say I wanted to short this right here, 746. Okay, this is a LXDX. I'm just hoping it goes down. And it goes down to this price, then I basically what's called cover at a lower price, and the profit is just the difference between where I shorted it and where I got out. Just the reverse of if I went long right now at 757, I hope it goes up, and my profit is the difference from where I got in to where I sold at a higher price. It's almost that. No, not really. I mean, sometimes you're going to hear. See, if shorts are not available readily, then yeah, your broker can look for shorts for you, and then there's sometimes a fee. Okay, and that's when if shorts are not readily available for me, then I just don't even bother. Otherwise, there's no fee. So for instance, if I want to short this LHDX, I'm looking at Interactive Brokers, 82,000 shares available. Okay, and that can, as people start to short, that inventory will start to dry up, and then as people cover, get rid of their position, that inventory will go up. But it's really not that, it's really not that difficult a concept. You're getting in at a price and you hope it goes down from there. That's all. And most of the platforms, in order to initiate a short, for instance, here, let's just do it. Short 300 shares at the market. Okay, so there. So now that was my entry at 740. Okay, so now I'm hoping it goes down in price. But I press the sell button here within Brokerage Plus. But it depends what if you're trading from within your broker will, it's either pressing a sell button or maybe there's even a short button. The mechanics of it, I can't tell you every single broker. But that was it. Yeah, I just didn't want to get into the actual mechanics of it. Okay, you know, people get, oh, you know, you got to borrow the shares. What does that really mean, borrowing the shares? You know, I just say forget about all that. Just look, if your broker has shares that they available to short, then you just do it at whatever price you want. Well, the price, I mean, you have to, just like going long, you can't just pick the price. So you see what's happening. So now you see it says plus 8 cents because I'm in at 740, and the price is what, 733. So I'm 7 cents to the good right now. So if I wanted to cover this right now, you know, I'd make, you know, $24. I mean, this is, or 719. This is in the simulator, but I just, you know, just wanted to show you. Now you see how it's reversing on me. So now if I, and I don't, and you'd have a stop the same way if you go long a stock. You know, there's a price you're going to get out of the stock. This is just the reverse. You know, if you're short a stock, then your stop will be above where you bought it because you're not wanting it to go higher. So let me just add, I'll just add the stop order right there, and let's see if it, just at the high there. But I'm just showing the mechanics. I mean, it's really not that big a deal. So now you see right here. So if it hits 760, I'd lose $61 in the simulator. Yeah, you cover by buying the shares. Yes, you would just hit the buy button and buy them. Hopefully lower price, but you know, I mean, if it's a higher price, then you're taking your loss. So start the short again. In here, you sell, and then to cover it, to get out of the position, you buy. Just the reverse, isn't it? And you'll notice here in Brokerage Plus, and your broker will have something very, very similar. If you're not using Brokerage Plus, you don't have to, but you see it says minus 300. It's typically, then you know you're short. Well, I mean, it says short there too, but if you have a minus sign in front of your position, that means you were short those, you know, that means you're in a short position. Okay, so is that, you know, what you can do, do you have, CA, do you have trade ideas? Okay, so you can practice in the simulator, just exactly what I did. The only thing I would just make sure, not that it matters in the simulator, because the simulator doesn't know whether your broker has shares to short, okay? But before you would short something, or do you have Interactive Brokers? Who's your broker? Okay, so I don't know within those brokerages how you know whether or not there are shorts available. Okay, but there's got to be a way. You know, with the IB, I can see immediately if there are shorts available and how many. I'm just saying that, you know, if you're going to practice it, you know, it's a good idea maybe just to do it if the shorts are available. All right, guys, remember I was just showing you guys how you can take a trade on a pullback, INMB. So look what happened. It took the trade, all right, right here. And then it proceeds. Now, obviously, I would have had a stop in place. I mean, I'm not paying attention here. You would never want to let something that at least you were up $85 in turn into, as we speak, a $337 loss. Okay. So again, if you're going to use the simulator, treat it like it's real money. And obviously, I mean, you've got to pay a lot more attention than I am, even, in your simulator, because you're trying to mimic what you would do if you're truly, connected to your account. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be using this. But if you're going to start trading money, like real money, practice first. And even if you don't have IB or E-Trade, I mean, this is just, it uses our real-time data. Good question. Who knows what real money is anymore? Whew, okay, guys, what time is it? 1:21. Yeah, Riley, you're kidding, but I mean, it is a wacky way to make money, isn't it? Watching these green and red sticks move around on a chart. Oh yeah, it makes no sense. It really makes no sense, but hey, it's a living. Well, guys, my alerts have dried up. Haven't had any. I think the last one was at 12:52 here. So it's half an hour ago. You can speak for yourself about the pajamas, but yes. All right, so so this is another Alzheimer's play. So it's getting beaten up because of Biogen. How is Biogen doing right now? Oof. Well, I mean, what an area to try to hold 333. I guess my question about all this, though, I mean, it's the FDA head asked for a probe. Well, where was he on such an important? I mean, gosh, I mean, people have been talking about Alzheimer's for years and years. Horrible, horrible thing that happens to people. And where was he when the approval was given? I mean, he's the head of the FDA. Why wouldn't I would have thought for such an important, maybe potentially landmark approval that he would have been involved to oversee it at least and say, hey guys, you know, this looks great, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about that. William probably does. So the committee does the approval and the FDA head just says, okay. Okay. Gotcha. RMNI. Let's take a look at Remini. Is that Remini? Rimini. I hit the post. Oh. Okay. 10. So the news for this one, Cowan maintains Rimini coverage with outperform. Oops. I'm getting the wrong release here, or the wrong news. This is not a. Yeah, I'm not getting the right headline. County of Fresno switches to Rimini street support and reinvests annual, etc., etc. So that was news yesterday. Actually, I'm a little bit wrong. That was released after hours yesterday. No reaction. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here, answer some emails. If you have any questions, fire away. Guys, back. So, kind of looking for some of the ones that were really moving. You know, well, this would have been a bit of a candidate had I seen it earlier. But some of the ones that were really moving in the morning, maybe they've stalled a bit, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, traders get back involved. So it's about 1:30 right now. You know, Friday afternoon it may not happen, but that's kind of what I'm waiting on. If that happens, it'll probably show up in the basic new highs. All right, you guys are making me look at this SGOC. Are you looking on the long side or the short side? I know I can't short it. Ooh, that's a tough one. Look at those topping tails, bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Actually, it's not even like a crazy low float. I mean, it's 30 million in the float, up 288%. It's traded the float over not quite 1.5 times. All right, well, I'll stick an alert. I'll bite. I'll stick an alert around 11:06 and see what happens. I don't see any specific reason for this. I'm just looking at my headlines. Wow, there's the LHDX. You guys were talking about LHDX. And yes, wow. Right, hard to, well, for me anyway. In fact, I was looking at this to short it. Now, the last time I looked, there were 80,000 shares. Now there are 41,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So that means people are snapping these shares up. However, it depends where they got them. I can't be too happy they got them around here. And it's halted, yes. All right, well, let's see what's stacking up to be. Right now, there's probably no big clue. It says 905, 905. It halted at 906, so this is what I'm looking at, Interactive Brokers. So it's not like right now we can't predict really where it's going. VWE. Not sure I've seen this one before. VWE. Look at this little move here. 32 million in the float. I know why. Mr. Shark Tank. Yeah, okay. Kevin O'Leary mentioned the stock on CNBC. He's becoming one of those guys now. He's big into wines and stuff. Have you ever watched Shark Tank? So this looks like it was an IPO last month. Got up to 1344. My Leslie. I love it when you guys say it was mine. 14. So, you know, looking left, the next high for SGOC is way back in 2014. So, you know, I don't think that's any sort of resistance at all. So, yeah. So this way may as well be, you know, lifetime high. It's not. I get it, but it's a 7-year high. SGOC. Anybody get any news on that? I still don't see actually any news on it. All right, LHDX. So yeah, there was really no clue. Remember it said 906, 906, so it actually popped up 967. Well, at some point this might be a great short for us, guys. Those of you who are, whoa, only 16,000 left now. They're being snapped. Ah, shoot, they just got snapped up. How many did you take, Real? Where's the dreamer? You're there, okay. Again, loving this that little window that you showed me well about a month ago now. True, I get it check to check, but I mean that's an insane move, SOGC. Okay. I mean, I get it that information technology, etc., is alive and kicking and doing really well. I get that, but you know, to be up 292%, and with 30 million in the float, I mean, it's not a high float, but it's not like one of those insane 1 million or less floats. Yeah, so in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, so this is a great little thing that Dreamer turned me onto about a month ago within Interactive Brokers. So you can just, in fact, they're gone now. See? They're all gone. Oh, no. I was thinking with the other one. So let's take a look at LHTX. Yeah, you see, they're all snapped up. So when I first saw this, there was about 88,000 shares available, but now they've been all snapped up. This is Interactive Brokers, guys, okay? This is not, you know, your broker probably has something similar, but I love this. Yeah, so resistance levels can mean a lot of different things to different people, caffeine, okay? So, I look left to see where the next high is. Does that mean that's resistance? Not necessarily. I mean, it's kind of vague. When you see on a chart, for instance, I mean, you can see on a chart, for instance, here, if I were going to get into this trade and I was down here, I would look here and say, well, that's a big resistance level, okay, just by eyeballing it. So resistance is a very, your idea and my idea might be two different things. All I do is I just look left on the daily, monthly, and weekly charts to see where the next highs are. Does that mean that's resistance? Not necessarily, but I definitely want to be aware of it. All right, so I'm going to give you your review. Yeah, okay, so that would be it, right? I mean, if this were, if you were in this trade right here, down here, you might think, say, $1.80, and you're looking up here at 219. Well, you might take the trade, but you'd have to be very aware that it might really struggle to get through this. Conversely, if you're in the trade on the high side, you're hoping this is a support area, that it doesn't break through. So here's my review of Interactor Brokers. Okay, I've had the product for, I guess, almost 5 years now. I had to phone them once in the first week just to check something. I haven't had any dealings with them since. I find their platform extremely stable. I think I've only been maybe kicked out once that I can remember. That's the positive. I really have no negatives because I know people will say their customer support is not good. It hasn't affected me because I just haven't needed them. I don't use their charts. Their charts are awful. I shouldn't say awful. I mean, if I were using their charts, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But they do seem somewhat antiquated. But I don't use their charts, so that doesn't affect me. You'll hear, from time to time, us kind of complain about lack of shorts, but overall, as a broker, okay, guys. Well, thank you. Wow, that's a quick trade, guys. And I have to thank Zach for that one because you said wait for the 11. No, I'm going to wait to see. I've traded in and out of this. I mean, this was just really... So I had the alert right there. That is a wild one. I'd love to... Wow, if we could ever just settle down a bit. I mean, that went from 11 to 12 like that. And then it pulled right back. Look at the volume that came in. So it wasn't just a matter of my getting the price alert. It was a matter of seeing the volume also. Now remember what Zach said. He said if it takes out 11, it could go. So that's my summary of Interactive Brokers. Okay, if you're in it for the greatest looking charts, maybe not. If you're looking for an very stable platform, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, it's great. Oh my Oh man, oh man. Can I tell you how to trade this, guys? This is a wild and woolly one, okay? I wouldn't take too many shares. Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use, I obviously I work for Trade Ideas, so I've never even looked at the IB scanners To be honest, I didn't even know they had them. Yeah, I mean, I can't give financial advice like that, Heat Nation. I mean, you know, it's up to you if you want to, use margin. If you want to short, I guess you have to have. I think you have to have a margin account. I can't remember anymore. I mean, I took the, it's just a commodity to me right now. Holy smokes, guys! Well, this is certainly put an extra topping on the pizza for me tonight. Wow, 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 wow. So again, guys, you heard, Zach said something like, watch it take out 11. Get ready. Exactly. It's snoozing the market. Look at the market. Market doesn't know that SGOC is doing this. Look at the market, overall market. I mean, I was just saying it a while ago. It's snoozing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, because this already had the pop. But look at this. I mean, that's great consolidation on the two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, 15 minutes of consolidation is a lifetime for day traders. Well, okay, but let's be realistic about margin. Okay, all margin is doing, of course, is giving you a nice ratio, and if you're intraday trading, you're not paying anything. So, I would never ever suggest that you use margin and then have to pay on it. In other words, but if you get rid of your positions every day, but if you're talking about using margin to swing, and so you're paying money, then I personally would never do that, but that's just me. Well, I'm going to flip it around, Poe. I mean, we should be buying Zach the beer. You know, yeah, he may be able to afford to buy it, but anybody who made money on this is, if you listened, if you saw Zach's post about $11, well, now look at this. I mean, look how whippy it is. I mean, it got right back down to 11, and it popped right back up. So I mean, you cannot. This is a classic, even though it's not that low a float. 30 million is not a super low float. It's acting like it's got like a 500,000 shares in the float. I wonder if that float information is correct. Let me just go and check another source, because that's hard for me to believe that that's the float and that's the way it's acting. Yeah, yeah, it is, according to FinViz, 30 million. Yeah, it's the same. 100 million outstanding, 30 million in the float. So, okay, I'm really surprised. Okay, take all that off topic, caffeine addict, okay? You're in the stocks only, so just take all that off topic. How's its relative volume? Oh, pretty good. 300, 300 times normal. Yeah, so I'm not, you're in the States, right? So I don't know how it works in the States. So I'm not going to even attempt to answer a question like that. So, well, Poe, you were here. You just had to, take it over 11. Yeah, these are questions, caffeine, you really should be asking your broker, though, too, okay? I mean, people are giving the advice, not advice, but they're what they think. And I'm sure what Jado was saying is probably correct, but you should always check with your broker, okay? And Zach strikes again. TPST guys, got to be quick. This should almost be like a room not for new. I don't mean all day, but there are certain things that you've got to be really quick. So when you say that E-Trade is not a good broker for speed trading or scalping, why is that? No, scalping. I mean speed trading. Why is that? I'm not using hotkeys in IB. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Well, and you're using E-Trade, and that's a free commissions and all that. Well, again, that's the whole thing about you get what you pay for. Of course, in something like a TPST, I mean, I don't know what sort of slippage, and I don't know, but I mean that moves so quickly that even if you didn't get the greatest fill in the world, when it moves $2 in a minute, like 30 seconds or less. Yeah, I'm not actually. I'm usually all out to a certain extent. And then then I might get back in. Okay, Zach, what's next? Oh, just a trader in the other room, a Siri. Oh, keep. Okay, one last time. I'll take a look at Carve to see whether or not. Nope, still no shorts available. This is exactly what happened yesterday. Exactly. You know, I had a little base and then it just slid away. And I would be astonished if it bounced. But I have no shorts available. Zach, how about? Are you listening to me still? How about? Are you at center point? Still no shorts for Carve? Okay, so right underneath the, okay, I mean, I do have this up and running now, and I wish I could remember how Dreamer told me. I can't remember what the option is. So this tells you immediately, okay? This tells me, see, IGT, I just clicked on it, and this tells me immediately, this is an IB. I just can't remember what this is. If you don't, but if you can't find that, it's one of the, file, new, I can't, but I just don't know what it is. If Dreamer's here, he might help. SLB rate, there you go. Search on SL. Ah, that's right. So you just search on SLB rate in the search box. Yeah, and there it is. There, and so you just load that. Otherwise, if you don't want to do that for whatever reason, you can just, if you see where the order entry is, you see where the symbol is, right underneath it says if it's sortable or not. You know, so if you have a nice green dot, it means it's immediately shortable. If you have a faded green, that means, well, we'll try to locate, which I just disregard. And if there's a big red dot, it means, you know what, we won't even try to locate them for you. And if you hover over it, I mean, this just makes it easier, because you just I just have this up and running all the time. If you hover over that, it'll tell you also, that box will pop up. I mean, guys, you got to be careful. I mean, awfully careful. I mean, that went from 13.30 down to almost like 10. So that's like a $3 drop, just like that, right back up. Looks fabulous when you were in it in the positive way. There's nothing better. What a rush. Um, well, you have to be connected to if you're talking about auto trading, Rama, you have to be connected. Yes, you can't turn anything off. You're auto trading. I wouldn't be wandering away anyway. No, you have to turn your strategies on every day, Rama. You should never do that. Okay, you should never ever do that. Think that you can just leave it running and take off for a day. Okay, that's my advice. Don't do it. Okay, auto trade. You have to turn your strategies on every day. Okay, it's a safeguard, man. Like you don't want to get into that thinking, oh well, I'm going to leave all my strategies on and I'm going to take a week off and come back and count my money. I mean, yeah, no, 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 no. Not yet. It hasn't halted yet. Well, you know what? I mean, this last 45 minutes has gone by really quickly. Why? Because there's excitement. I mean, it's amazing out of nowhere. You look at this market. Look at the market, guys. Look at the SPY. There are people out there without trade ideas going, oh man, how boring. As it just bases here forever. Just one moment, please. Whew, all right. Yeah, my layout, Talal, yeah. My layout plus other individual scans. Okay, so here's my So if you click on my homepage link, okay, that I'm just putting in there, and go to the scan section. There are 4 sections. One of them is scans. And if you click on the scans, at the very top, you will see my layout. This is the layout that I'm sharing. Okay, but I have a lot of individual windows that I'm sharing too, or scans that I'm sharing. Zach, I asked you, maybe you don't have me on mute, or maybe you've muted me now. Do you have shorts for Carve? This morning you said you didn't. All right, LHDX now is actually officially an options call now. Option play. Why? Oh, I had to take out that high right there. The relative volume wasn't right here. It wasn't enough. Now, geez, LHDX. Yeah, another wild one. I mean, 28 million in the float. Another wild one. LHDX. A lot of topping tails here. This is the one I was looking to short earlier, right around here. It didn't set up. And there's the halt. So halt for TPST, right? On the way down, right? Is it on the way down? Yeah, on the way down. Yeah, isn't that a great little tool? It makes it a lot easier. Okay, well, we got another one here going crazy. Egan, 1184 was the alert. 1184. What sort of float does it have? Ah, come on. Come on. There we go. 21 million in the float. E-gain core right at the 200-day moving average. Look at that, 1190 right at it. Takes that out. What could happen? Problem is, look at all this. Now, okay, somebody asked about a wall and resistance and all that. So look at this. Look at this on. This is why I would never touch this, because I look at this and I think, man, it's going to take a bunch to get through. I mean, it's 1243. I mean, if you got in at 1188 and it got up to 1250, that'd be great. But I just look at this as being a big wall it's got to get through. Okay, so if you look at that page though, you'll see all the scans. So the ones that I've included, basic new highs and my watch list up and down, etc. That's in the layout. But every other scan is there. So if you've got my layout, you can see the scans that I'm sharing from the layout, and then you can take a look at the. I'll demonstrate. So this is what I mean. So here's my layout. Yeah, so these are the ones, some of them are like basic new highs and lows. Here it is, basic new highs and lows. Don't repeat. Okay, but here I have a lot, a single stock window is here, but I have a lot of other scans that are not part of the layout that I share. The reason being, first of all, I would never have all these scans in one layout. It's too many. So you can pick and choose. I like this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I do like that one. So you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. Okay? Aha, here's another one, guys. It just got halted. What's it doing? Bonzo. I haven't seen this one for a while. Bonzo Electronics just got halted. BONSO. Not very much volume as we speak. Sorry, guys. There's just something going on with this docking. And I think it's something to do with the caching. Sometimes if I click... Anyway. Okay, so there's Bonzo. 1 million in the float. Oh man, what could happen here? Not very much volume, but it might start picking up. And you look left here, 831, well, it's right at the high. I'm sorry. 842 is the high. The next high looking left is what, 940. So, let's see. 840 is the bid ask right now. That can easily change. Now, I don't use the ladder at all. I just have my time and sales up and running. So TPST just resumed. You're right. The AI had this as a short earlier. SGOC. Oh man, another one. 2.2 million in the float for this one. CLWT. Look left. No, I mean, it's got some room, I guess, but I mean, 517. 5 might stall it. 517 is the next high looking left on the weekly and the monthly. But look at the volume coming in. Boy, late. Well, I shouldn't say it late. We see this every single day now. Every single day in the afternoon. We see some of these just go crazy. And Galt, I don't know if Zach is still in the short of gold, but it is really ramping down now. I've been looking to short this. There are shares available. The LHDX. Again, might be a little too late. Oh my goodness, guys. Look at this one. Look at what it did, TPST, after that. I mean, this is hard to trade. I traded it. Really hard to trade. That's an awful looking 2-minute chart. But it is popping back up, TPST. Yikes. That's a horrible looking... Well, he did say he was shorting Galt all day. Yeah, I see 961, 961. This is going to have a big. Now I see 952. He's going to have a huge open. This is what we're talking about, anticipating what it might open at. It was halted at 213.57, so 218.57 was the time. Oh, so it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. It's going to be at least a 10. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? So don't ask, where is this in Trade Ideas? Your broker will have something similar. So there's the halt, and there's the projected. I mean, that can change, but that's the projected open. All right, guys. 9:53:55. So again, this is probably at least going to be a 10-minute halt now for Bonzo. Man, this is, I mean, look at these guys out of nowhere. You know, these things are just 2 million in the float, 4 million have traded. There's Bonzo. Now, did it open? Yeah, look at this. Bonzo opened. Again, the low float Israeli is, yeah, Israeli stock. Yeah, so MTSL, 2 million in the float, halted again. You look left here on the weekly chart. What do you see? 568. This looks like it's going to be a 590, 590 open, at least. And now, yeah, TPST open. Oh wow, what a chart! Never would have predicted this. Now $20, $20. Wow. Why wouldn't I predict that? Because you had the pop, you had the drop, then you had the base, and then you had this. You know, that to me said, okay, I guess it's over. You know, nothing to see here. And then look at this. Rarely do you see a chart that looks like this. It's hard to look at anything else other than these crazy. These crazy ones, these low floats. You know, for a sort of a more boring stock to look at, 1229 is the high looking left on the weekly chart for VWE. I mean, it's had an interesting week, big bottoming tail, recovery. I guess Mr. Wonderful mentioned this on CNBC. I've got 2 seconds. 1, 2, done. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching. Okay, there's the MTSL just opened. And to what? 6:15. Boy, look at this. Look left over here now. 6:45 is the next high looking left. Is it open? Good question. I think so. I don't know. I actually don't know, Dak. Actually don't know. It'll be in the news somewhere, but yeah, off the top of my head, I just don't know. I know. I mean, I know within our province, those zones were lifted, or zone restricted travel was was lifted. I don't know between Alberta and BC. I really don't know. All right, what are you doing? Square foot. Here's probably the next on the hit. I mean, again, look at this. How many in the float? 8 million in the float. SQ, and is it going to get halted? This is SQFT. Keep an eye on the SQFT, guys. Another low float, 8 million in the float, coming out of nowhere. A 550 break. I mean, look left. Look at the room it's got. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is way up here at 1024. Of course, you don't have to worry about intraday resistance. Don't have to worry about daily resistance. The next high in the weekly chart is 650. So, I mean, that's still far enough away. That's $1 away. Keep an eye on 650 square foot for a 550 break. Yeah, only a handful. Right, 9.6 million. That's it. Okay, guys, could be getting set to rip here a little bit. SQFT, just a second, please. Guys, I'll be right back. That's okay. You didn't quite use the foul language. You had the asterisks and all that, so. All right, guys. So I mean, what's happening? Our alerts have dried up. Come on. I mean, the square foot really intrigues me. I mean, it broke it, came right back down. Let's see if it breaks it again. Just because it's got the room. Boom. Yeah, you can't do it, Paul. You can't do it. You drive yourself crazy. I mean, I mean, I know what you mean, but depending how fast you're getting alert, but you can't do it. So you're talking about if AGRI just showed up, you wanted to automatically load, can't do it. Now, of course, you can do the surfing if you want, but that's not quite the same thing. I'll be ready. I'll get a lot of sleep this weekend then. All right, guys. Wow, what time is it? 2:37. Well, what a month. What a month. What a week. What a day. All right, one last look at my home page before I wrap this room up. Okay, now here's my home page. Click on my link, save the link. Okay, lots of information. I'm not going to go over this all. I'm just going to very quickly. You want to take out a subscription right here. There for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. The stock of the day video I do, free. All the scans I've got, click here. My layout, individual scans. All the education, click here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, really think you should look at the 20 lessons, daily support sessions on YouTube, etc. Should scroll all the way down. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos here, and a nice one, Back to Basics. If you're brand new to trading, watch this. Starts off with what is a stock. So I just go over this quickly. I don't expect you to learn anything as I'm doing this, the reason is save my link. In these two sections, there's a lot of information, okay? So in these two sections, you can save my link and then you can look at all this whenever you want to. Well, I got a little greedy on the square foot. I actually ended up taking a little loss. I can't believe it. I was hoping, I was looking for, not hoping, but I was looking for a little bit more in this. I had it not bad here, but I wanted to get into about the mid 70s, high 70s, low 80s, and just didn't do it. Okay, I'm sorry. That link that went into the YouTube room is all jumbled up. Sorry about that. This is the link that should have gone in there. You too, G Trade. Was it about 11 o'clock tonight or evening for you or so? All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 2:42. I will stick around if there are some questions. Otherwise, I may just wrap it up now. I'm exhausted. It was fun, but it was exhausting. MTR just got halted. Why did you get halted? Not very many shares. MTR just got halted. Yeah, so this is a little bit like the SQFT. I don't think it has the same. Yeah, royalty investment pools, and I don't think that I don't think MTR will have that much. You too, Kev. Hey, you're more than welcome, everybody. Okay, a little move here for MJ, just reacting, I guess. Well, at 11:41, that's a little earlier, but I just don't. I mean, look at MJ. Jeez, I mean, it's just hard for me to get excited about any of these cannabis plays. All right, guys, listen, if there are no more questions, I think I might just take off right now. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions, but otherwise, I think I'll just take off now. Okay, I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Don't be afraid. If you have a question, ask. You know, I don't have to go, but brain is a little fried. For chart trader, I need to right click, but what window? So I don't know what you mean for chart trader. It's real time, Hill. I don't know what you mean by. Are you talking about the buy and short buttons on the chart? Are you talking about on the chart where it says B for buy and S for sell or short? Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about chart trader? Okay, if maybe this is what you're talking about. If you're talking about this, you know, you have to set one of your long strategies, right click, and set as default. If that, I think maybe that's what you're talking about. Okay, you have to watch the video. Okay, it's all this is in that video. I'll post it again. I think that must be what you're talking about. Let me just put the link in again. Okay, so what you're talking about, you have to create your strategy. I mean, I can't create that for you. But in that video, it shows you, you know, if you have a strategy, then you import and you put it in here, and then one of the long strategies, you right click, set as the default chart long strategy. Okay. See, now it says on, and one of your short strategies, you know, you can set. So what that would mean is then when you click on buy from the chart, it's going to use these rules, whatever you like, whatever that strategy is. And I can't tell you, you know, what strategy you're going to use. You have to create a strategy, put it, but it's all in that video. You know, edit the trading strategy, you know, when are you going to enter it, your order details, risk management, hold time, all this stuff. Okay? I mean, I can't tell you how to do it because that's going to be, you know, up to you. But once you do that, then yeah, I think that's what you mean. So you designate one of your long strategies as the way in which you want to, when you click on the buy button, it'll follow the rules that you've created. Okay? But watch the video, okay? As it goes into all of that. You too. How do you change the symbol? Right click. So right click on the chart and then just start typing. And hopefully the change symbol box pops up. Click on, and then you can click change or hit enter on your keyboard. So again, if you left click on the chart, left clicking on the chart is just telling Trade Ideas, okay, I'm in this chart. Now, if when you start to type, this change symbol box does not pop up, then you might have to hit your space bar on your keyboard and then it'll pop up. Yeah, so that video will show you if you create your own strategy. It's the second video. The first video, now you have to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, okay, in order to use this window and the buy and sell buttons, okay? But if you do, the second video goes into a lot of detail about how to do all that, how to create a strategy, import it into this window here, And you could turn the strategies on, whatever ones you want. You want to auto trade your own strategies, up to you. But that video explains it all. Well, I mean, what would you be doing with space? You know, seriously. I mean, it's a, as Bob said, huge fingers crossed that it all goes well. But if it doesn't, this is going to be a catastrophe. If it does go well, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get like an incredible pop. I mean, I think it'll have. I think the drop. Well, I don't have to say it. I mean, I'm sure this is obvious. The drop would be far more catastrophic. Excuse me, catastrophic than the pop would ever be, in my opinion. Yeah, so it's possible, like a positive launch. Though I mean, listen, it did get up to what, 60 something? No, so a positive launch could get it back up into this area. A negative, it could be. And look, negative could be a lot of things. You know, the mildest negative will be a weather delay. Okay, so I mean that would be probably the mildest negative, and then from there, well. But let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's see. Still more calls than puts, as far as I can see. But I don't see anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything like. There's no calls I see like at a huge premium to what it is now. Huh. You're not going to believe where I got out of this, this TPST. Still happy. Well, there are two videos. The first video is how to, well, there should be. Make sure I'm right. What am I doing? Just a minute. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to pop the video, the link to the videos back in here. Make sure I'm. Unless he has changed it on me. I've been handing this out for a while, but let's see. All right, so when I click on the link, yeah, here's the second video. So here's the first video, intro, how to connect to E-Trade or IB, and here's the second video. Okay, and I really, I don't know where E-Trade is. I think E-Trade is going to be about the same, but okay. Yeah, forget that. I wish I would get rid of that. Oh, I see. Choose your brokerage. I see how this works. I haven't looked at this for a while. So if you have Interactive Brokers, so this shows you how you connect, and this shows you what to do within Brokerage Plus using Interactive Brokers, or you click on E-Trade, and then, okay? Yes, it does apply to simulation trading. Yes, it does. Obviously, you don't connect. You don't connect. Just disregard the connection part to IB or E-Trade, because you don't want to connect. You know, you're just using our real-time data. But yes, the second video would certainly apply. Yes, HAGW to you too. All right, guys. I think that is it. Not it. Oh man, another halt on the way down though. TPST on the way down. Okay, guys, I got to get out of here. I might do some damage, accidental damage. So, goods! There you are. I love saying that. Nice way for me to end the week. Okay, Zach and everybody else, thanks a lot for all the incredible help all week. Fantastic. Great teamwork. So let me get my script together. Well, I'm long gone, Square Foot. I hope you heard me. I said I took a small loss on it. All right, guys. So I'm going to shut the room down now, and I will, open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.